Chapter 884 The Four Great Clans. Chapter 884 The Four Great Clans. Wei Tian's face fell as he gave an order. Immediately cut the power supply to all the automatic units. Shut down the central computer. Go cut the supply to the Reappears as well. Understood. The soldier quickly left when he received that order. Although there was no super AI, like by within Cloud region, their ancestors had come across experts who had similar abilities, thus they knew ways to counter it. Wei Tian and the rest had never encountered a super AI before. However, now that they have met one, they did not lose their calm. Wei Tian's eyes flashed with a cold look as he pointed at the large domes. Convey my orders. Go destroy those storehouses. A number of electromagnetic beams fired onto the domes, causing large holes. Yu Zhong saw the electromagnetic beams and cursed out loud. Beasts! In the skies, the swarm of blood-sucking bees swooped down, making their way for the people below. Save me! Save me! One man ran frantically as the cloud of bees enveloped him. He was soon covered in a layer of black, moving bees as he screamed out in terror. Many other refugees were also enveloped in the multiple swarms of bees as they screamed out and struggled on the ground. After mere seconds, they stopped thrashing while the bees flew off, leaving behind emaciated and dried-up corpses. The black cloud was like a plague. Everywhere they went, there would be screams and deaths. Yu Zhong stood with the rest of the refugees, pretending to be helpless as well. He might be a Type 5 divine warrior, but faced with 1,000,000 bees, he could only try to preserve himself. Save me. One woman in tattered clothes ran towards Yu Zhong. She had run just a few steps when the cloud of bees swarmed over her, sending her to the ground. She struggled for a while before her twitching stopped. Fuck! Wei Ming Qing, wardens, you bastards! Yu Zhong looked at the corpse of the woman who had fallen barely 20 m away from me. His fury had reached a peak. When Yu Zhong heard that over millions of people had been sacrificed by Wei Ming Qing to be sources of nutrients for the blood honey just for his own personal benefit, he had been furious. However, right now, he was witnessing these helpless refugees die in front of him. This hell-like scene was truly crossing his line. Yu Zhong did not claim to be a saint. He had killed over thousands of captives in his rage before. However, those were enemies. Such a merciless sacrifice of countless refugees was worse than a beast. Come with me. Yu Zhong looked at the chaos and grabbed the small boy beside him. He wrapped himself in devil flames, while keeping the boy safe, and ran toward the center of the concentration camp. Phantom continued to follow beside Yu Zhong. A large number of bees shot towards Yu Zhong. However, they were burnt by his immolation, turning into crisp ashes that fell beside him. The boy, whose eyes were exceptionally clear, looked at Yu Zhong, his eyes flashing with admiration and respect. It was the first time he saw someone so godlike. Wei Tian was currently inside a sentry tower. He saw Yu Zhong rushing towards them and ordered loudly, "That guy in flames! He's a divine warrior, at least Type 3. Attack him! Kill him!" The shutdown of the central computer meant that most of the defenses in the prison were not working. Automatic weapons, sensors, radars, targeting systems were all obsolete. The soldiers could only rely on their naked eyes. Even so, most of the 400 human soldiers in the prison were not affected. With their Type 3 battle suits, ray guns, and even electromagnetic cannons at their posts, they began firing at Yu Zhong and Phantom. A number of lasers and electromagnetic beams shot at Yu Zhong. Having lost the guidance of the central computer, the accuracy of the human soldiers suffered. They were unable to hit a 100% accuracy within 300 m. However, the rain of firepower still proved to be a threat to Yu Zhong. With a flip of his hand, Yu Zhong pulled out an energy converter shield, his body flickering consistently like a specter as he dodged the various beams. When he could not fully evade 1 or 2 shots, the shield could deflect it. After 5 seconds, he appeared near the fort of the jail. He flipped his hand and pulled out an energy bomb, throwing it into the castle. No. When the dozens of soldiers guarding the fort saw the bomb, their eyes flashed with despair as they screamed out in terror. Huh. Following a loud boom, the intense explosion rocked the building, directly blasting 3 of the soldiers to death. On the other side, Phantom darted around, throwing multiple bombs into the castle, blowing up the various soldiers. Yu Zhong had gained 8 of the 20 forts. Thus he had come across a huge amount of resources. He could basically afford to splurge on the energy bombs. Wei Tian, who had been hiding and observing, turned white upon seeing the destruction. He turned to his subordinates and hollered, "Go notify His Majesty and request for reinforcements. The enemies are 2 Type 5 divine warriors. If His Majesty does not send aid, the first prison is going to be destroyed. Hurry." "Yes, Warden." The officer rushed out quickly, speaking to his own subordinate. Soon after, 12 warriors leaped onto their enhanced motorcycles and roared towards the direction of the capital. "Drag the time out. Before the reinforcements come, we need to impede those 2 assholes. If they break into the city, they will incite a rebellion among those not of good intent." After Wei Tian gave his order, he walked towards the deeper recesses of the jail. Wei Tian was just a Type 4 expert, and upon wearing the Type 4 battle suit, under the enhancements, he could technically be at level 5. However, as he relied on an external source of power, he was still far from comparison against a proper Type 5 divine warrior. If he was not careful, he could easily be killed. He was not willing to die here. When that officer led his dozen subordinates about 1 kilometer away from the prison, they fired out a signal flare into the sky. As the bright light flashed, it soared over 100 meters before it exploded in a bright, red light, following by an intense rumble. Inside the capital, 20,000 city guard were eyeing the 12 flares in the sky, their eyes narrowing. The first prison is under attack. Those bastards actually dare attack out first prison. They must be tired of living. Wei Ye's face suddenly fell as he barked. Not good. If the first prison did not use the central computer to send a message, this must mean that the enemy has a powerful AI. Not good. We definitely cannot let them succeed. Otherwise, half of our city will definitely fall. Li Jing, come over. One burly, bear-like general came over, wearing a Type 5 battle suit. As he saluted, "Commander!" Wei Tian barked, "Bring 2,000 city guard with you immediately and make for the first prison. You must take out the enemies there without any mercy." Li Jing replied respectfully and left. Yes. Soon after, a 2,000-strong unit of city guards, each of them wearing battle suits and armed to the teeth, charged out of the city, heading for the direction of the first prison. Inside the capital, there were many other eyes that had caught sight of the flare. Inside a luxurious villa, where surveillance and sensing equipment was scarce, there were 4 middle-aged men and 30 burly bodyguards standing and eyeing the distance. The 4 middle-aged men who were seated were the clan heads of the 4 strongest clans within the capital, beneath only the emperor. The head of the Dou family, Dou Ming, frowned slightly as he spoke. That's the distress signal from the first prison. Why would they fire it? How come they didn't use the central computer to signal for help? Would Wei Tian make such a foolish mistake? Zhao Sheng, the head of the Zhao family, tried to assess. Wei Tian is one of the most talented people of the Wei family. He would definitely not have made such a mistake. If I'm not mistaken, he's likely pushed to the edge already. The people assaulting the prison is likely someone who has a super AI, or some form of ability to control the machines and equipment inside. Other than that, they most likely have a Type 5 expert as well. Liu Yi, the head of the Liu family, had a glint in his eyes, or an ability to control equipment. Isn't that what we sorely lack right now? What should we do? The head of the Chun family, Chun Mu, spoke slowly. Go dispatch some experts to welcome him. He must be invited here, otherwise, our plan would have to be shelved back again. Our time is running out. That lunatic Wei Ming Qing is already insane. If he acts against us, we will all die without a burial ground. Chapter 885, Helpless. Chapter 885, Helpless. Chen Mu finished speaking, and everyone fell silent. Ming Qing had slaughtered over 1 million people without so much of an excuse. Such a vicious and tyrannical person had thoroughly frightened everyone within the city. Furthermore, he had eradicated those clans which opposed his position without mercy. Although this had shocked the rest of the clans, causing them not to speak up out of fear, in secret, many of them were filled with fear and hatred. They were unsure if they would be the next ones to be targeted. The undercurrents of a coup de grace was already brewing within the capital. If it wasn't for the mighty forces under Ming Qing's command, there would have been a rebellion long ago. Ming continued solemnly. Let's go rescue him. We must pull the person into our side. If we can control him, our success of taking down the inner city will increase by 30%. The remaining 3 clan heads exchanged looks, their eyes flashing with resolution as they nodded in agreement. After the 4 clan heads made their decision, a small unit of 30 experts ran out towards the direction of the first prison. I surrender. Don't kill me. I surrender. Inside the first prison, a number of wardens had raised their hands in surrender, eyeing Yu Zhong and Phantom with fear as they walked out obediently. They were all human after all, and were fearful of death. When Yu Zhong and Phantom killed over half the wardens in the first prison, it had crushed their morale instantly. Yu Zhong brought a gun coldly towards the head of one warden and spoke icily. Where's the central computer? The warden hesitated for a moment. The location of the central computer was classified. If he revealed it, it would mean his betrayal towards Ming Qing. A single electromagnetic beam directly pierced his head, causing white and red matter to ooze out from the hole. Seeing such a cruel scene, the little boy who had been standing quietly by Yu Zhong's left trembled a little. His face turned pale, yet he did not throw up. The refugees had come from afar, and due to the numerous deaths along the way, the little boy was already numb. After killing the warden, Yu Zhong pointed his electromagnetic gun toward another warden and barked, "Location." The warden was so frightened that he wet his pants as he cried out immediately, "Go along this tunnel. In another 50 m, then go downwards for another 30 m. You will see the central computer. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Better hope that you spoke the truth. Otherwise, only death will await." Yu Zhong eyed the warden coldly, before leaving the boy and white bones behind. He then darted forwards, heading towards the central computer. Only by controlling the central computer of this prison, Yu Zhong could then gain control over all the weapons and equipment here. Retreat. Just as he was about to enter the basement, he felt a sense of danger arise, and he barked out loudly in alarm while stepping back explosively. Phantom was shocked as she activated her ability and flashed, disappearing from her location. With a loud bang, the entire entrance of the basement exploded, sending a powerful shockwave that billowed towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong's speed of retreat was quick, and he was able to get out of the epicenter. However, there were a few pieces of shrapnel that shot towards him. In response, he slapped out with his hands, knocking them away. After the dust settled, Yu Zhong's expression turned ugly when he discovered the rubble blocking the entrance. With his current abilities, it would take too much time to clear the debris. Yu Zhong eyed the tunnel and frowned slightly. Seems like there are some intelligent people. Right at this time, there was an earth-shaking explosion somewhere in the first prison. The powerful blast traveled outwards, blowing many things away, shaking the entire place. Yu Zhong was also caught in the tremors, his balance affected. Bai appeared on the handheld display, reporting, "Master, the backup energy generator of this prison has been blown up. If the enemy had cut off the power, then the entire prison is in a state of no power. There's no point in controlling the central computer then." This vicious move of Wei Tian had thwarted Yu Zhong's plans to control the first prison with Bai Yi. Pung! Yu Zhong slammed his fist furiously into a nearby wall, destroying totally. He was currently infuriated. Without the chance to control the first prison, then he could not make use of the facility to rescue the refugees. The millions of blood-seeking bees would soon suck the refugees dry. He forcefully suppressed his raging fury and ran towards the armory. Without the first prison, he would still sweep the armory clean. Inside the first prison, there were 2 Reapers, both their computer systems already destroyed. They were basically junk metal. Yu Zhong swept a glance across the area and decided to keep both the Reapers in his storage ring. That's a heavy assault helicopter. Yu Zhong had just left the armory when he saw a number of assault helicopters flying over. The total number was over 100, blotting out the skies. No good. Are they going to kill everyone here? Yu Zhong eyed the helicopters and felt a growing sense of unease. Yu Zhong rushed back to the room where they kept the captives and threw a watch to Phantom. Phantom, bring the kid and go hide. Quickly leave this place. Those bastards have deployed huge numbers of assault helicopters. They're likely planning to level this whole place. Phantom's face turned pale as she asked, "What about you?" "I'll try my best to impede them and buy you time to flee." "Don't waste any more time. Go now." Yu Zhong left immediately after speaking, disappearing from the place like a specter. "Don't go. Bring us along. Please save us. Take us with you." When the captives heard that 100 assault helicopters were coming, their faces fell and they began to beg. "Shut up when those poor refugees were being sent here. You bastards did not even give them a chance. This is your retribution." Phantom shot them a cold look before taking the boy as she ran out quickly. In a few breaths, she disappeared, leaving behind the wardens with looks of despair. Yu Zhong shot out like a bullet, coming to a small hill near the first prison. With a flip of his hand, he pulled out an electromagnetic sniper cannon. He then lay down on the ground, before asking Bai Yi, "Are you able to gain control over them?" If Bai Yi could wrest control over all 100-odd assault helicopters, then Yu Zhong's military might would gain another huge boost once again. Bai Yi dashed his dreams. Impossible. The enemy has already destroyed the computer systems and switched to manual. I have no way of establishing control. Guess we have to rely on ourselves. Yu Zhong then aimed his electromagnetic sniper cannon at the skies. After locking onto a target, he fired once. The electromagnetic beam flashed out, slamming into the rotor engine, directly destroying it. The moment the engine was lost, the helicopter lost control and began to wobble in the skies. When it descended to the ground, it exploded out with a loud bang. The region around it was consumed in flames. There were obviously terrifying energy bombs being transported on board. Taking out one helicopter with a single shot, Yu Zhong attracted the attention of the other helicopters as though he had struck a beehive, as 30 of them immediately changed directions toward him. Multiple electromagnetic beams began firing at Yu Zhong. Since they disabled their central computers, the accuracy of the soldiers all suffered. However, with their superior firepower, it was enough to suppress Yu Zhong, forcing him to evade constantly. The remaining 69 heavy assault helicopters continued towards the direction of the prison. In a camp of the first prison, one wall suddenly exploded as the butcher-like Wu Heng walked out in tattered clothes, his eyes bloodshot. A large number of blood-sucking bees flew towards Wu Heng. However, the moment they got close, they would be enveloped by a mysterious force. Their bodies were then crushed by that unseen force, as the juices got squeezed out. Wu Heng laughed out madly. "Ha ha ha! I have awakened as a Type 5 divine warrior. I'm invincible. Ha! The world is my oyster now." His arrogant and unbridled tone had shaken Phantom, who was fleeing. As she fled, she turned around to glance at Wu Heng, her eyes flashing with shock. "Type 5 divine warrior? How did he awaken as one?" During the journey to the prison, Phantom had assessed Wu Heng and did not discover anything off about him. Seeing him suddenly become a Type 5 divine warrior, her heart was full of shock. Even so, she continued to flee frantically. She was very clear about the destructive might the heavy assault helicopters were bringing. Even a Type 5 divine warrior would not be able to survive that kind of blast zone. Amidst Wu Heng's maniacal laughter, the fleet of heavy assault helicopters arrived above the first prison. Chapter 886. The Destruction of First Prison. Chapter 886. The Destruction of First Prison. The moment they entered the airspace above the first prison, the heavy assault helicopters began to unload all their energy bombs. Honk, honk, honk. Amidst the shattering explosions, the entire prison was bombarded by countless energy bombs. Everything inside was consumed, and the remaining 100 wardens inside died with despair and regret in their eyes, their bodies blasted to smithereens. Wu Hong watched the massive building crumble to the ground, his expression pale. Without any further antics, he turned around to flee. Although he had awakened as a Type 5 Divine Warrior, he did not think he could single-handedly crush the 20m tall fortress. As he fled, there were still many blood-sucking bees chasing after him in a huge cloud. It allowed the helicopters to locate their target. Over 30 heavy assault helicopters turned towards him and flew after him. A number of electromagnetic beams shot down like rain, firing towards Wu Hong. Wu Hong might have awakened as a Type 5 Divine Warrior, but his combat experience was severely lacking. The air manipulation ability he had evolved was unable to reach its maximum potential. With the dense beams of electromagnetic beams, one slammed into his right shoulder, blasting it off instantly. A cloud of blood-seeking bees immediately swarmed over, sucking the entire right arm dry. Wu Hong tumbled twice on the ground before he got on his knees and kowtowed, pleading loudly, "It hurts. No, please don't kill me. Please, I'm willing to serve you guys with all my life. Spare me, please." In response, Wu Hong was showered with a multitude of laser beams, directly shredding him apart. At the same time, they flew over and let off a number of energy bombs. The moment the energy bombs landed, they exploded out with immense force, consuming everything around, including Wu Heng's corpse. The orders of the pilots were to eradicate all life of the first prison. They would definitely not allow someone like Wu Hong to survive. The powerful explosion caused a single shrapnel to shoot forward, penetrating the body of the boy beside Phantom. "Ah!" the boy screamed out as he crumpled to the floor. Phantom was shocked, and she hurried to carry him up. Placing her fingers on his nose, she discovered that he was still breathing, and she heaved a sigh of relief. She started to utilize her ability to flash through space, quickly escaping from the area. With her flash teleportation ability, which was an incredibly useful escape technique, even if she were to face a Type 6 Divine Warrior, as long as it was not a frontal confrontation, she would be able to flee. Having lost the help of the central computers, the heavy assault helicopters could not operate at their maximum efficiency. They did not discover the fleeing Phantom, instead continuing to focus on the destruction of First Prison as per orders. Honk, honk, honk. Without anyone to stop them, the entire First Prison was turned into a burning land, as explosions rocked the place over and over again, blasting the various structures into smithereens. After a round of baptism through fire, the heavy assault helicopters in the air released one more volley of napalm fire. The blazing flames came to life, covering the entire place quickly, not leaving behind any chance for survival. Bai Yi's face suddenly appeared on the handheld device. The first prison has been thoroughly annihilated. Based on calculations, everyone within has died. Yu Zhong had set up a few surveillance equipment within the prison. They were by Yi's eyes, thus she could see clearly the image of first prison's destruction. As he hid in a forest, he thought quietly, "Seems like a time for me to evacuate." In the process of evading the pursuit of the earlier 30 assault helicopters, Yu Zhong had destroyed 4. However, he was still forced to flee. If he continued, then there would definitely be experts that followed after. No matter how strong Yu Zhong was, he was not a match for an entire army of experts right now. Those are troops. Are they serious? In order to catch me, they actually sent so many people. Yu Zhong was lying in the forest when he discovered over thousands of soldiers in battle suits marching towards his direction. What a pity! With such a force, you want to capture me? Not possible. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly, and he activated his third-order stealth. His entire body blended into the surroundings, all traces of his aura disappearing. He then proceeded to sneak out. 5 soldiers wearing Type 3 battle suits were currently searching their front carefully. They were clear that they were dealing with a Type 5 expert, and they were not a match for him. As long as they fought hard to survive and hold off the enemy, their friends would arrive with backup to eradicate the enemy. Atop a tree, Yu Zhong eyed the nearing 5 soldiers and leaped lightly, landing on another tree. As he passed by above the heads of those 5 soldiers, they did not notice anything at all, still warily surveying their surroundings. With their acute senses, the rustling of grass and leaves would not escape their notice, but Yu Zhong managed to get past them with his third-order stealth. As he passed through the various teams, he finally arrived at the border of the forest. At the edge of the forest, Yu Zhong noticed a small squad of 30 men, all of them in Type 4 battle suits, wearing helmets, lying prone on the ground. One of them asked softly, "Captain, the enemy has deployed 2,000 men to search the mountain. How can we find a target before them?" Hearing this voice, Yu Zhong was preparing to leave, but he stayed behind a huge rock to eavesdrop. Another male replied. The clan lord had not expected that mad dog Ming Qing to respond so fast. They actually sent 100 Desolator fighters over to eradicate the entire first prison. Not only that, he even sent 2,000 men to search the mountain. This is not a force we can contend with. We wait a while more, then we search. If it's not possible, we will retreat immediately. We cannot waste our brothers' lives here. The captain then ordered solemnly, "Everyone, spread out. Search 100 meters further. If there are no signs, we will retreat immediately. Those man-eating city guards will reach our location soon." Without a sound, Yu Zhong suddenly appeared, his right hand grabbing the captain before he leaped back with his electromagnetic gun placed against the captain's head. "No need to search anymore. I think I'm the guy you're looking for. Speak, who are you people?" "Captain." Seeing Yu Zhong suddenly capturing their captain, the remaining 29 soldiers were all taken aback as they hurried to whisk out their guns. "Stop! Don't move." The captain was able to readjust his emotions, getting over the initial shock of being caught by Yu Zhong and quickly barking orders at his subordinates in a low tone. Scolded by their captain, the soldiers all lowered their weapons, eyeing Yu Zhong warily. The captain spoke without fear. "How do you do, little brother? My name is Zhong Bu. May I ask your name?" Yu Zhong replied impassively. "I'm Yu Zhong. I had broken into the first prison and am being pursued now." Zhong Bu waved his hand, and a soldier quickly came forward to pass a handheld computer to Yu Zhong. "So, it's little brother Yu Zhong. If I didn't guess wrong, you're someone who has a super AI, or you have an ability to manipulate computers and equipment. We hope that you can prove it. If so, you will become a very valued friend of ours, and we can work together to overthrow Ming Qing." Yu Zhong received it and pondered a while before pointing at the device. "Crack it, Bai Yi's image appeared on the device within seconds. "Yes. Master, I've already done so." "Amazing." Seeing this miraculous scene, all the soldiers had looks of surprise and excitement, yet they did not dare shout out loud, only growling through their throats like wolves. With the appearance of a super AI, there was hope for these soldiers. Ming Qing had controlled Cloud Region for years. With the control of the powerful central computer, no one had been able to resist his rule. All opposition had been entirely suppressed. Only with Yu Zhong and his super AI, there was a chance Ming Qing's central computer could be cracked. If Yu Zhong did succeed in bringing the central computer of the capital into his hands, he would possess 1/3 of the entire Cloud Region's force. Even if Ming Qing employed all sorts of methods to defend against the super AI, it would whittle away at his resources. Zhong Bu then spoke respectfully. "Sir Yu Zhong, we don't mean any offense. Please come with us. we assure you that you will receive the most fitting of service and hosting." In response, Yu Zhong asked, "Who are you people?" Zhong Bu's eyes flashed with difficulty. "Sir Yu Zhong, we cannot say. I can only tell you that we are opposing Wei Ming Qing. When you see the clan heads, you will naturally know who we are. Please come with us." Yu Zhong thought for a moment before agreeing, "Fine." Chapter 887, Deployment. Chapter 887, Deployment. Deep in the forest, Phantom looked at the unconscious kid and frowned with worry. She did not like having a burden during missions. White Bone stood quietly by the side, its dark eyes flashing with demonic fire. Suddenly, the tall grass rattled beside her. Phantom's pupils narrowed as she fixed her gaze over at the direction. A dagger appeared in her hands, and she was ready to pounce. Yu Zhong walked out from the grass, eyeing the kid. "What's wrong with him?" Phantom replied simply, "He's in a coma and running a fever." At this time, a dozen other experts walked out from grass. The moment Zhongbu came out and caught sight of Phantom, he stared right at her as he exclaimed, "You're Phantom! Assassin Phantom!" Hearing Phantom's name, everyone inside Zhongbu's unit faltered, their expressions full of fear and caution. Assassin Phantom was one of the sharpest daggers in Wei Ming Qing's hands. She had killed many experts who had opposed Wei Ming Qing before. Even a Type 5 expert of the rebels had been killed at her hands. She was a legend among the assassins. Phantom looked at them coldly, not saying anything. This was her character. Other than those she cared about, she held nothing else in her eyes. To other people, she was just an aloof beauty. "Let's go." Yu Zhong took a look at the kid and left. White Bones took the kid into its arms and followed beside Yu Zhong. Phantom disappeared into the night. She was not used to being in a crowd. There was no sense of comfort. Compared to men, she trusted her dagger more. Zhongbu saw Phantom following Yu Zhong's instructions and was impressed, his valuation of Yu Zhong becoming higher. He could even subjugate the queen of assassins. This Yu Zhong is not simple. One soldier was licking his lips when he saw Phantom earlier, his eyes shining with lust. So that was the queen of the assassin world. Phantom? Truly beautiful. "Let's go." With Zhongbu's command, all the soldiers quickly left. Since the four large clans had invited Yu Zhong, the moment they left the forest, they came to a clearing where a number of vehicles were long since prepared for them. The moment they came to a villa, a beautiful woman with long, black hair, a voluptuous body, and exquisite looks came out to greet them. She was dressed in a white silk dress, and her smile was radiant. "Sir Yu Zhong, I'm Kai Wei. Please come with me." Yu Zhong followed silently behind as they came to a living hall. Inside the hall, there was a young man who was incredibly handsome. When he saw Yu Zhong and the rest, his expression immediately became professional as he welcomed them. "How do you do, Yu Zhong?" "Welcome. I'm Zhang Huan, the leader of the largest Republican rebel group here in the city." Yu Zhong frowned, his mouth twitching as he shot a sarcastic look. "Republican group? I have not heard of any such organizations within the capital. If you guys aren't sincere, then forget about it. Hiding the head while sending the tail, I'm not interested in cooperating with such riffraff." After that, Yu Zhong directly turned around to leave. Zhang Hui's face turned pale as he called out, "Wait, mister. Yu Zhong, please stay behind. We can discuss this. We can discuss this." The 20 bodyguards who looked skilled stood in front of the door and shuffled to block his way. Yu Zhong eyed those 20 bodyguards, his gaze turning incredibly cold. A strong killing intent emitted from him as he declared, "Are you all seeking death?" The 20 bodyguards were thoroughly spooked by that oppressive killing intent, and their expressions flashed with fear. However, they gritted their teeth and remained where they were. Yu Zhong kept his gaze level as he spoke icily, "Fine, since you're looking to die, let me send you on your way." At his current realm, killing 20 Type 3 Divine Warriors was an easy feat. A wizened voice resounded from the side as 4 middle-aged men stepped out. "Stop, Yu Zhong. We're sincere in working with you to eradicate Wei Ming Qing." Yu Zhong turned to them and spoke with an impassive face. You finally decided to come out? For Great Clan Lords? He had known from Phantom's report about the power division and the factions within the capital. A faction that could extract him noiselessly from the first prison was definitely only the work of the 4 largest clans. The rest of the factions could not pull out 30 Type 4 experts just to escort Yu Zhong. Ming reached out with an extended hand, intending to shake his hand. Hello, Yu Zhong. I'm Ming of the Do clan. These are Zhao Sheng from the Zhao clan, Lu Yi from the Lu clan, and Chun Mu from the Qing clan. This matter is grave. Do forgive us, as it concerns the life and death of our clan. We had to be cautious. We seek your pardon for the behavior earlier. Yu Zhong went to sit on the sofa and shot them a look. I can understand, but I truly hope that it's a cooperation we're talking about. I don't have the habit of being someone else's pawn. He did not intend to flip out with the 4 leaders. However, by dealing with this obvious puppet Zhang Huan, his position of negotiation would be lower. He did not intend to be a tool nor cannon fodder for these people. Ming wore an amiable smile. Of course. Yu Zhong, I want to know if you have a Super AI or the ability to manipulate electronic systems. Shouldn't Zhongbu have already reported this information to you guys? Ming kept his gaze fixed on Yu Zhong, his pupils constricting slightly. I hope to hear it directly from your mouth. The other 3 clan leaders also stared at him, their gazes expectant. His answer concerned the success of their stratagem to attack the inner city. Yu Zhong did not hesitate to reply. Super AI. Wei Mingqing's power was too large. Yu Zhong had to work together with others with their gathered strength in order to defeat him. With just him and Phantom, even if they were 2 Type 5 Divine Warriors, with the help of a Super AI, if there were no accidents, they still would not be able to reach Wei Mingqing's side. As the Emperor of Cloud Region, he had plenty of Type 5 experts beside him. There were at least 20 of them. Individually, they could not possibly be dealt with alone by Yu Zhong, much less an entire group of them. The eyes of the 4 clan lords flickered with joy. That's great. Ming continued solemnly. Yu Zhong, we hope that you can make use of your Super AI to block the technological aspects of Wei Mingqing's forces. With the help of a Super AI, they could gain control of the systems, and while Bai Yi's clones might not be as powerful as herself, they could still affect the central computer in Wei Mingqing's hands. Yu Zhong agreed. Not a problem, as long as you guys provide enough computers. Suddenly, a servant came running into the hall with a panicked expression. Lord, there's an army heading towards our villa right now. There are over 200 of them, and they're likely the city guards. Hearing this, the faces of the 4 clan lords fell. City guards? What the hell are they doing here? Are they already intending to act against us? In the past, any time the city guards were deployed, it signaled a massacre. At each location where the city guards were dispatched to in the past, there would be bloodshed. Zhongbu's expression was unsightly, almost tumbling to the ground as he ran into the room, shouting, Clan Lord! Clan Lord! Things are bad. The Black Fox unit has sent a report saying that Wei Mingqing is already acting against us. Black Fox was the intel unit that the 4 great clans paid a huge price to infiltrate the city guards, sending crucial reports at the most crucial times. Ming's face fell. Damn it, he's already making a move just because of suspicions. This bastard is truly unscrupulous. In the past, Wei Mingqing had given some consideration to the 4 great clans and did not try anything funny with them. However, he actually deployed his cards today, obviously intending to wipe them out without even talking about evidence of any traitorous behavior. Such an act might incur the ire of the residents in the capital. However, at this point, the madman could not care less about anything. That showed how much caution he had thrown to the wind. Chun Mu's eyes flashed with anxiety. What happens now? Ming declared. Seems like we need to bring forward our plan. The other 3 leaders also nodded. Ming immediately gave an order to the 4 intelligent soldiers beside him. Convey the command. Operation Kill King is in effect. Yes. The 4 intelligence soldiers quickly retreated, and worked on transmitting the order. Ming then spoke to Yuzhong. Yuzhong, please come with me. We have already prepared the computers for you. You just have to create clones of your AI within the network. Against the impending attack of the 200 city guards, Ming seemed to not mind them. Yuzhong also knew the severity of the matter and quickly followed Ming into a secret room. Ming pressed a button, revealing a long tunnel in front of them. The party quickly ran in. Chapter 888, Guided Energy Missile. Chapter 888, Guided Energy Missile. After venturing about hundreds of meters underground, Yuzhong finally came across a room that had multiple handheld computers set up, with 20 humanoid robots standing guard as well. The 20 humanoid robots were special assistants sought by Ming, especially for Bai Yi. With these robot assistants, it would be easier for Bai Yi to get things done. Yuzhong pulled out his handheld tablet and ordered, Bai Yi, create some clones in these computers. Yes. Her eyes began to flash with numbers, and the computers in the lab soon shone, and Bai Yi's image appeared on all of them. After 5 seconds, the data disappeared from Bai Yi's eyes as she reported, Master, I've uploaded copies of myself into the computers. Ming was flabbergasted, asking in shock, just like that. The time that had passed was barely 5 seconds since Yuzhong entered. Ming was still expecting Yuzhong to key in some things and perform some incredible feats with a handheld computer. After all, there were over 10,000 computers over here. One of the Bai Yis inside a handheld tablet spoke up. That's right, I'm already in. Ming looked at the computer and exclaimed in excitement. This is great. Finally, with these clones, we can stand up to Wei Ming Qing. Outside, the 200 city guards that were decked in Type 4 battle suits and riding enhanced motorcycles appeared at the villa where the 4 clan heads had gathered. This unit was the elite of the elite within the city guards, specially meant to massacre those large clans with a deep root in the city. Even if the clan had a Type 5 expert, they would be helpless against this unit. The leader of the troop was an expert wearing a Type 5 bodysuit, and he pointed at the villa, barking, Kill! Leave nothing alive! The eyes of the 200 city guards flashed with an intense bloodlust as they leaped out their vehicles excitedly, charging into the compound like wolves. It was like they could already see the countless people dying at their hands. The moment the city guards moved, the entire villa shuddered as countless automatic weapons appeared and began firing madly at those soldiers. Faced with that intense firepower, over 40 city guards were immediately turned into sieves. The rest of the 160 were able to maintain their reaction and quickly duck behind, cover the moment the defenses got to work. Oomph. The 4 great clans really are planning to rebel, to think they actually killed our men. This time, I must level all of them to the ground. The Type 5 city guard snorted and raised his battle spear, thrusting out at some of the defenses, completely obliterating them. At the same time, he wielded a large energy shield, blocking the multiple beams that fired at him. Right at this moment, a small hill about 3 kilometers away from the villa suddenly split open, as a number of missiles fired out from it, shooting towards the entrance of the villa. The Type 5 city guard saw the incoming guided missiles, and his expression finally fell as he barked out frantically, Guided energy missiles! Damn it, how come I have such weapons? Retreat now! When the city guards heard the name of those missiles, their countenances turned pale, and they began to retreat with all their might, dispersing in all directions. The moment those missiles landed on the ground, they blew up explosively, and the resulting blast shot outwards, leveling the surrounding area. As the dust settled, many holes of about 6 or 7 meters deep were revealed. All around them, there were corpses in Type 4 battle suits, as well as some Type 4 nuclei. Those nuclei were truly hardy. The only way to destroy them was to suck them dry of their power. The terrifying energy storm consumed the lives of over 100 Type 4 city guards in mere seconds, leaving the Type 5 city guard leader and 30 others who were frightened out of their wits. The bottom line of the four great clans of the capital had finally been forced out under Ming Qing's madness. The tyrant had not acted against them for so long because he did not know precisely just how much might they were hiding from him. Initially, there were 5 families controlling the Cloud region, with the Wei clan being the strongest and largest, and thus recommended for the emperor's position. However, the rest were not to be taken lightly. In these hundreds of years, Ming Qing was the only emperor who had dared act against the 4 great clans. One of them asked the Type 5 leader, "General, what do we do?" The leader had regained his senses and made a judgment call: retreat. The 4 great clans have rebelled, and we are not their match. The most important thing now is to report to Leader Wei Yi. Upon giving the order, the remaining city guards swiftly fled towards the inner city. The hill also stopped firing the guided missile. The strength of those missiles was too great, able to wipe out even a Type 5 divine warrior. However, they were weapons of war, suitable for dealing damage over a wide area. Against a single Type 5 divine warrior, it was like using a cannon on a mosquito, not worth the expenditure. On top of the capital's outer city walls, a burly man in black military uniform surveyed the region sternly. This was precisely the great general in charge of city defense, Wei Shou, and he was currently looking out at the city with worry. The 4 corners were the 4 great clans, and the people within, from the common soldiers to the officers, had been scouted over to their side since long ago. Although Wei Shou was a general in name, he had no means of truly activating the 4 city guards in those areas. One commander came up to him. "General, how is it?" The officer replied, "General Doda, General Chen Yun, General Liu He, and General Zhao Tan are delaying and refusing to come." Wei Shou's face turned ugly as he cursed. "Damn bastards! Do they hold the emperor in their eyes? Do they value the country at all?" Chapter 889. Intense Battle. Chapter 889. Intense Battle. All of a sudden, the 4 corners of the outer city suddenly split open as a number of guided energy missiles shot out, firing towards the center. Honk, honk, honk. Following the loud explosions, multiple areas of the city blew up as powerful shockwaves rocked outwards. Many defenses crumbled, and over thousands of elite soldiers were crushed under the falling debris. The entire outer city felt the intense tremors. In the aftermath, Wei Shou was hiding in one corner, and he roared out furiously. "What the hell is going on? Why wasn't there any warning? What do we get those on sentry duty for?" One military officer came up to Wei Shou and reported in a pathetic state, "General, the sentry and guard personnel did not receive any notification from the central computer. They suspect that the central computer has either been destroyed or compromised. What should we do now?" Wei Shou shot up in anger, charging towards the command center. "Retaliate! Convey my order. We retaliate with all we got, and we must eradicate these bastard rebels." The officer suddenly shouted out with a panicked expression, "General, watch out!" In the skies, 2 guided energy missiles descended from the skies, directly exploding right in front of Wei Shou. The resulting blast enveloped him. The rebels of the 4 great clans did not know that the general in charge of city defense had been blown to death by them. They continued to fire out multiple guided energy missiles. The intelligence of the 4 great clans was extremely advanced. They knew clearly what the city guard were capable of, and they had high-tech equipment. If attacked by them, they would not be able to resist. Damn it, they're rebelling. They betrayed the emperor. Where's the general? Where's the general? Why isn't he giving any orders? Attack! Fight back! Having lost Wei Shou's command, the city guard were thrown into a panic, not knowing whether to defend or to attack. A troop of 1,000 soldiers went to attack the west, while another attacked the north. There were many other units who were at a loss, running about like headless flies. Under the constant barrage of the guided energy missiles, the outer city was being demolished as debris flew in all directions. The imposing city wall, which had seemed invincible and impossible to be destroyed, finally came crumbling down, the massive effort and resources gone down the drain. There were many experts within the city guards. At this critical moment, a number of Reapers' heavy assault helicopters, as well as enhanced motorcycles, came roaring out. The elite experts began to clash with the rebel forces with bloodshot eyes and bloodlust. Soon, as both sides clashed, the casualty toll was rising. The best warriors of the human race were not killed in combat against other races, but due to infighting, it was truly a huge pity. Ming Qing wants to kill all of us to help himself break through to the Type 7 realm. Everyone, stand up against him and wipe out this demon. Otherwise, we will just be fodder for him. Ming Qing is no longer a human. He's a freak now. Let's revolt. The four great clans have begun to rise against Ming Qing's tyranny. Outside the capital, we have over 2 million allies. We will definitely win this battle. Everyone, join us and eradicate Ming Qing, or else we'll only face death in this godforsaken land. The various pawns planted in the capital began to act. Those various upper clansmen who had trembled and stayed silent under Ming Qing's tyranny began to respond as well, leading their own clan to join the uprising. Ming Qing relied on slaughter to maintain his rule, especially massacring those that oppose him without any constraint. This has already caused alarm and fear in the rest of the clans. They were long since upset with his rule. They were just afraid of voicing it out. Now that the four great clans had taken the lead, their pent-up feelings exploded out. As the mob grew, those police and moles that belonged to Ming Qing were dragged out and killed. Those who were loyal to him were quickly captured and forced to make a choice: defect or be killed. The elite city guards were forced to retreat within the inner city. The rebel troops of the four great clans did not immediately launch an attack on the inner city. Instead, they swept through the entire outer city, ensuring no loose ends were left and that the city was thoroughly in their control. After that, they began to deploy the various troops to the battlefield between the city guards and rebels. The four great clans were clear about the might of the city guards. They were truly the most outstanding elites with advanced equipment, resources, and training. Other than the Shui Luo guards, no one could be a match for them. Furthermore, they had retreated into the inner city and were defending it, preventing the rebel troops from invading. While the four great clans could take down those in the outer city, it was because that was their turf and they had many pawns set up everywhere. Each pawn that was activated could cause the death of a unit. They had to leave the tough city guards for the last. Once they have taken out the outer city troops and regathered all their forces, it would then be possible to launch an all-out attack and assault the inner city. As both parties were to stand still, numerous guided energy missiles fell upon the inner city like rain. The various radar-like devices within the inner city got activated, firing out beams that formed a huge energy shield above them. When the guided missiles struck the shield, they exploded and caused ripples. There were guided energy missiles within the capital as well. The next moment, one could see the ground within the inner city splitting apart as multiple missiles were fired in response, shooting out of the region. They fired. Fools! Go to hell. The officers of the four great clans watched the retaliating firing of missiles with cold, sarcastic looks. When the missiles passed the energy shield, they suddenly turned around and slammed into the shield, causing more damage to it and whittling down the energy. At the same time, the rebel troops within the city began to attack the energy shield, firing their weapons at it, causing ripples and wearing it down. The energy shield of the inner city was truly hardy, but the energy consumption was likewise astounding. The more powerful the attack, its energy spent would be larger. As long as the threshold was met, the entire shield would collapse. However, before it crumbled, the inner city was still as protected and solid as a rock. The head of the inner city guards, Ming, looked out into the distance, his expression steely. He was silent for a long while, before speaking slowly. Jin Sheng, a subordinate wearing a Type 5 battle suit, stepped forward. Your subordinate reports. Ming stared at him and spoke. Go take 5,000 city guards to attack the rebel. They have a super AI with them. The firepower support I can provide is very little. Do you have the confidence to crush them?" Jin Sheng's tone was filled with pride as he replied, "Your subordinate promises to finish this task." Wei Ming waved his hand, set off. "Yes." Suddenly, the city gates opened, and 5,000 city guards wearing battle suits charged out under the lead of their various commanders, swiftly attacking the rebel troops of the four great clans. Without any preparation, the rebel troops were only able to fire off 2 volleys before the 5,000 city guards sliced through them like knives. In this battle, the disparity in strength between both parties was highlighted. Many of the rebels were easily slaughtered in the clash. The intense battle went on for not long, and the rebel forces on the front lines were forced back. The 5,000 city guards continued to slaughter their way throughout the crowd, and the situation fell into a deadlock. Wei Ming looked at how easily the rebels were being killed with a condescending look. "Humph. Bunch of riffraff. Even if you have a super AI, you can't beat our city guards." On the battlefield, Jin Sheng was like a rampaging tiger. He charged everywhere. The battle spear in his hands would pierce out and kill the rebel soldiers like it was nothing. He would laugh maniacally, his visage frightening and evil. Right at this time, there were sounds of whirring from the distance as a dozen assault helicopters flew over. The moment they appeared, electromagnetic beams were fired down mercilessly. Under the shower of firepower, many city guards were pierced through. In order to dodge those electromagnetic beams, the city guards had no choice but to duck behind cover. However, it was not enough, as the missiles fired were enough to blast their cover and the soldiers to smithereens. Wei Ming looked at the sudden appearance of the assault helicopters and lost control, slamming his fist into the wall, leaving a deep imprint. Beasts! If it were not for the super AI, the capital could easily make use of their targeting missiles to take down these assault helicopters. Being unable to utilize those automatic targeting missiles meant that no matter how much the capital was firing laser beams, they were unable to hit them accurately. Chapter 890. Sneaking into the Heart of the Imperial Capital. Chapter 890. Sneaking into the heart of the Imperial capital. With the 10 assault helicopters in the air joining the fray, the tides of the battle changed once again. Many city guards were injured, and they did not dare continue their unbridled assault. Under those circumstances, the rebels managed to find their footing and began to regroup and counterattack. Soon, 100 heavy assault helicopters also flew out from the capital, flying towards those from the rebel side. It was just that when the capital's helicopters had just joined the fray, 40 Reapers that had been lying in wait suddenly appeared. Under Bai Yi's control, they began to fire electromagnetic cannons and heat-seeking missiles towards the skies. Bombarded by that volley of fire and flashes, 30 heavy assault helicopters were instantly decimated, turned into ash, as the resulting explosions swept outwards. The Reapers were truly efficient killing machines. Adding Bai Yi's control, the assault helicopters in the air turned into shrapnel and debris, without even the chance to exhibit their prowess. Wei Ming looked at the destroyed heavy assault helicopters, and his countenance turned ugly. Is this the power of a super AI? Truly fearsome. The super AI would not be particularly effective against the Dino race, since they were a backward and barbaric society. However, in Cloud Region, where humans relied on technology as long as there were enough outlets, Bai Yi could unleash a terrifying strength. Jin Sheng watched his comrades being shot down by those beams, and his face fell. He roared out in frenzy, "Retreat! Retreat now!" The assault of the 40 Reapers was too ferocious, easily slaughtering the city guards, who tried to put up a resistance but crumbled in the end. The remaining soldiers quickly retreated back towards the inner city under Jin Sheng's lead. No one noticed that as the city guards were retreating, a certain figure wearing the city guard uniform had joined them noiselessly. Upon entering their midst, Yu Zhong mingled and retreated back as one of those injured. Since the rebel troops had beaten the 5,000 city guards back, they began to unleash a ferocious assault on the energy shield, hitting it until the shape looked less uniform. Wei Ming's focus was on the rebel troops and did not pay too much attention to this defeated and injured troops. Within the medic tent, there were many injured city guards. The smell of blood was strong, and many of the soldiers were moaning and groaning. Under Yu Zhong's careful observation, there were over 100 people within the medic tent and 2 soldiers standing guard outside. With a thought, a void appeared in midair. White bones leaped out, and 20 sharp bone spikes shot out to slice out at the various injured personnel. Within seconds, the 100-odd casualties were put down, ending their misery. After dealing with those casualties, Yu Zhong's figure flashed and darted out the door. His palms slammed into the heads of the 2 city guards, crushing them into their bodies. He then activated his third-order stealth, noiselessly traversing through the camp. His target was the central computer of the capital. As long as he could obtain the information from the capital's central computer, Yu Zhong's mission on the Third World would be complete. Without it, even killing Wei Ming Qing would not be a satisfactory end. He passed through the various parts of the city. Many people were hiding within their own residences, eyeing the shield that was being broken down with fear. The moment the shield crumbled, hell would await the citizens of the inner city. There was nobody along the way, thus, he was able to infiltrate the most lavish-looking building within the city. The layout of the center was different from other places, as there were many elite soldiers standing guard, keeping an alert lookout for their surroundings. Even Yu Zhong would not be able to sneak in without a problem. No distractions, let me create one for you guys. He observed the surroundings carefully, and with a thought, a Reaper appeared out of nowhere. The moment the Reaper appeared, it began to unleash carnage, as countless laser and electromagnetic beams were fired out like rain, aiming for the clueless city guards. Honk! 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 With the explosions, many of the city guards were blown to bits by the intense firepower. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Sounds of alarm rang throughout the capital, as elites poured out from everywhere, launching attacks on the Reaper. Initially, a single Reaper would be nothing to this inner city that was installed with countless automated defenses. Just a single weapon would be able to reduce this Reaper into a pile of scrap. However, in order to defend against the super AI, all automated equipment had been stopped. The elite experts had no choice but to act, attacking the Reaper. Since there was a deployment, there would be flaws in their formations and movements. Yu Zhong took the opportunity when the attention of the city defenses was focused on the Reaper to quietly sneak into the crowd, entering the city center. Which general are you under? Barely moments after Yu Zhong sneaked into the Imperial capital, a Type 5 battle suit-wearing expert came over, flanked by 4 subordinates, as he barked out at Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong began to exclaim in urgency and panic. "Sir, I have something to report to the superiors. I discovered that our general is a pawn of the 4 great clans. He's chasing after me." The Type 5 expert frowned and got closer as he barked loudly. "What? Calm down. Who's your general? With me around, he would not be able to hurt you." Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with fear as he stared past the expert and pointed. "He's there. He's right behind you." The heart of the Type 5 expert turned cold, and he promptly turned around, only to discover nothing. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly as he smacked down viciously on the back of his head. Caught defenseless, the Type 5 expert fainted. "Commander!" Seeing their own general being knocked out by Yu Zhong, the 4 soldiers exclaimed out in shock. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed again as he sent out his third-order art of fear, and an intense spiritual wave slammed into the 4 soldiers. Although the third-order art of fear was insufficient to scare those 4 Type 4 experts to death, it was enough to cause them to falter. In that instant, the 4 Type 4 experts regained their consciousness, only to discover Yu Zhong had disappeared. Behind them, 4 of his clones smacked out at their heads, knocking them out. Relying on sneak attacks to take down this 5 experts, Yu Zhong heaved a sigh of relief and sent out a Type 5 puppet rune. and 4 Type 4 puppet runes into the brains of these 5 experts. If he did not manage to deal with this 5 in the shortest possible time, he would likely be swarmed by other enemies. The best-case scenario would be for him to flee then. After Yu Zhong shook them awake, the Type 5 expert called Niu Qing saluted him respectfully. Niu Qing greets Master. Yu Zhong ordered, "Bring me to where the central computer is." "Yes," Niu Qing replied, and led Yu Zhong together with the 4 subordinates deeper into the palace. Along the way, Yu Zhong caught sight of many beautiful women. They were the palace maids. Currently, they were all having expressions of fear and uncertainty, some even sobbing. Once the palace was broken into, their fates would be extremely miserable. "Niu Qing, why are you here?" After 100 meters in, another Type 5 expert wearing a Type 5 battle suit appeared in front of Niu Qing and questioned him. Niu Qing barked out, "Zhang Hua, I'm under the orders of his lordship Wei He to bring men and guard the central computer. Stand aside. If anything were to happen, you will not be able to bear the consequences." Zhang Hua frowned and immediately opened a path. However, he grumbled, "Isn't it time to provide reinforcements outside? How can we still have to defend the central computer? Truly a useless silk pants who cannot see the big picture." Wei He was Wei Ming Qing's blood brother. However, he only knew to play and enjoy life, a silk pants who was infamous. However, he was truly loyal to the emperor, thus he was given some authority to command troops. While Zhang Hua cursed Wei He for his stupidity, military orders were absolute, hence he did not dare impede Niu Qing. Along the way, Yu Zhong finally saw for himself how big the inner city was. They had come across a total of 19 Type 5 experts. When those experts heard Niu Qing's excuse, they all allowed him passage. Military orders had to be obeyed, thus they did not dare to stop them for too long. After passing countless alleys and walking over 2 kilometers underground, they finally came to an area which was where the central computer was kept, only to see a huge pillar that stood in the middle, covered in countless runes and blood vessel-like tubes. There were 5 Type 5 nuclei inserted in the huge pillar, carved with mysterious engravings. This was the central computer that controlled everything in the capital. Without Bai Yi's existence, this central computer could control countless equipment and weapons, quelling all uprising with ease. Chapter 891, Earth Manipulation. Chapter 891, Earth Manipulation. Yu Zhong then issued a command to Bai Yi, immediately retrieve all information from the central computer. "Yes," Bai Yi responded, and her golden wires stretched out from the handheld tablet, inserting into the central computer. As the wires entered the central computer, bright alarms blared out all over the city. Type 1 alarm. What's wrong with the central computer? 2 Type 5 experts at the entrance of the Imperial city whirled around, eyeing the tunnel behind them with shock. In front of them, the Reaper had already been obliterated under their efforts. The Reapers could display a strength that was superior to Type 5 Divine Warriors. However, when facing 2 Type 5 experts together, it still ended up as scrap metal. As Yu Zhong heard the alarms, his brows furrowed. "What's going on?" Bai Yi swiftly replied, "There is a security feature installed in the central computer. Everyone within the city has heard it, and the nearest Type 5 Divine Warriors have begun to act. According to my estimations, they will reach our location in roughly 3 minutes and 20 seconds. The rest of the Type 5 experts are also making their way over." Yu Zhong gave an order. Immediately cut off the tunnel access and activate all automatic defenses to target those Type 5 experts. All automatic weapons had been disconnected. There's no way of controlling them. Since Yu Zhong's trump card Bai Yi had been discovered, the enemy had made the necessary adjustments to counter him. It was because of this that Yu Zhong was not willing to reveal his super AI secret back at the first prison. Yu Zhong's gaze narrowed, and he made a decision. In that case, impede them as much as possible and retrieve all information as fast as you can. Use the central computer to destroy the defense protocols and systems. Yes. Receiving Yu Zhong's order, Bai quickly proceeded to carry it out. Hong, Hong, Hong. At that instant, a number of alloy doors suddenly slammed down in the tunnels, blocking the Type 5 experts from advancing. Break for me. A Type 5 expert saw the door that slammed in front of him and bellowed in rage. The battle spear in his hands gathered energy and slammed into the door, piercing it directly. A number of Type 5 experts brought their subordinates and rushed in, as though crazed, expending their strength without any care for their own bodies. The central computer was important to the capital. Without it, their defense systems would crumble right before their eyes. Hong! Hong! Countless missiles slammed into the energy shield covering the inner city, causing it to deform as ripples spread out more violently. It was because of this energy shield that the forces outside the city were helpless, unable to push in. All of a sudden, the energy shield shuddered slightly and disappeared. Wei Yi was shocked when he saw the energy shield disappear, as he lost his cool and shouted, "What's going on? Why did the energy shield disappear? Our resources are still plenty. Why?" Despair flashed across the eyes of the various city guards. The next moment, the guided energy missiles slammed into the city wall, blasting various parts, causing many city guards to die in the resulting explosions. The damage of the guided energy missiles was truly terrifying. Having experienced it, many city guards fled for cover. Without the protection of the energy barrier, without the support of the central computer, the situation of the inner city became extremely bleak. Many guided energy missiles fell upon the inner city, blasting out many large holes, killing numerous city guards along with the destruction of the buildings. After firing over 100 rounds of missiles, the four great clans stopped firing and began sending the troops in. Every single missile would require 5 Type 3 mutant beast nuclei, as well as the materials and human resources to manufacture. Even the four great clans did not have so many in reserves. They had to store some to deal with unforeseen circumstances. The city guards might be truly exceptional in their abilities, however, hiding within the inner city and suffering blows after blows, their advanced technology disabled. In the end, they had become disadvantaged. Under the cover of the Reapers and heavy assault helicopters, the rebels continued to surge in, advancing further in. However, inside the capital, there were many other powerful experts. They clashed with the rebel troops, slaughtering the rebels as best as they could. There were even some city guards that charged through the ranks of the rebel soldiers, causing carnage and mayhem. However, without the heavy weaponry and support of the automatic defense systems, no matter how outstanding they would be bombarded by the rain of firepower. Within seconds, they were turned to sieves. At the center of the Imperial Palace, a Type 5 expert had appeared in the tunnel nearest to the central computer, together with his 4 subordinates. Retreat! The moment Type 5 expert appeared in the tunnel, his pupils narrowed and he hollered. He could see a Reaper stationed at the entrance. The concentrated beams of laser and electromagnetic beams fell upon the Type 5 expert and his 4 subordinates. Faced with a barrage of firepower, the 4 Type 4 experts did not manage to evade in time and were instantly shredded into pieces. 2 of them died instantly, while the other 2 fell before being finished by the other shots. At the other end of the tunnel, the Reaper stood there like an invincible entity. The Type 5 expert roared out in fury. "Damn it, who the hell are you?" In that narrow tunnel, the Type 5 expert would not be able to pass through without getting injured. If he was not careful, he could end up like his subordinates. Yu Zhong glanced at Bai Yi, still engrossed in her task in retrieving the information, and replied indifferently, "I'm Yu Zhong. Who are you?" In response, the Type 5 expert barked out, "Yu Zhong, I'm Wang Jiang, he the vice commander of the Emperor Guards. I do not know how you got in here. However, you have no way out. There are also another 20 Type 5 experts rushing here now. Once our men are here, even if you have wings, it'll be hard for you to leave. If you surrender to us now, Not only will we forego all that has happened, we can even promise you riches. It's not a problem to become royalty as well. Yu Zhong laughed lightly. I know, there are many experts. All the better, let me gift you guys a present. Wang Jiang, he had a very bad feeling as he asked, what gift? Yu Zhong ignored him and looked towards Bai Yi. The last streams of data flashed out of Bai Yi's eyes as she spoke up, download complete. All the information has been retrieved. Good. Time for us to go. Yu Zhong chuckled and pulled out a level 3 skill book, Earth Manipulation, as he tapped it on himself. With a bright flash, a new bronze rune appeared in his sea of knowledge. Yu Zhong had come a long way back on Earth. He had plenty of skill books with him. He had a number of the Earth Manipulation skill book. It was just that he had never used them, hence he kept them in his storage. The moment the rune took form, a huge amount of life force surged into the rune, transforming it, causing more engravings to appear. Congratulations on learning the Earth Manipulation skill. Congratulations, your Earth Manipulation has been raised to the 2nd order. A number of notifications rang out. With the life force he absorbed from killing experts, the new skill had instantly reached the 2nd order stage. Yu Zhong leaped up once, jumping on top of the huge pillar. He then sent a powerful fist smashing into the glass, destroying it. He then retrieved the 5 Type 5 nuclei and kept them in his storage ring. After taking them, he pulled out his electromagnetic cannon and fired twice into the ceiling, blasting 2 large holes. He then jumped lightly, grabbing onto one of them with his arm. Pushing the Earth Manipulation ability, the Earth split apart, revealing a huge tunnel. He flipped and twirled into the crack, continuously pushing the ability to split the Earth to create a tunnel for himself. The puppet Niu Qing also followed behind, as they both disappeared quickly. Following a loud explosion, the Reaper that Yu Zhong left behind was finally destroyed by 5 Type 5 experts working together. They hurried into the hall. Shit, we were late, he escaped. Seeing the large fissure, Wang Jiang, he and the other 4 had ugly expressions. Not good. Evacuate. His gaze fell upon the numerous remote-controlled energy bombs, and he cried out. Chapter 892, Invincible Wei Ming Qing. Chapter 892, Invincible Wei Ming Qing. The various remote-controlled bombs planted in the hall went off, consuming the 5 Type 5 experts. The high-tech, sci-fi pillar that was the central computer was also obliterated in an instant. Some distance away from the Imperial Palace, the ground suddenly split apart. Yu Zhong jumped out from within, his complexion pale as he gasped for breath. Casting the Earth Manipulation ability constantly had taken a toll on his spirit and stamina, causing him to be in an exhausted state. As he breathed hard, he thought to himself, thankfully, I've become a Type 5 expert. Otherwise, I would have been buried within the Earth. This time was truly risky. It was not as easy to traverse underground as I thought. There was a limit to a person's strength. Even a Type 5 warrior was not omnipotent. After recovering, Yu Zhong dashed into a small and dark alley, eyeing the main part of the Imperial Palace. That was just an appetizer. The real present is about to be delivered. At the same time, the missile pads of the 4 great clans opened, firing multiple guided energy missiles, shooting for the center of the city. Without the energy shield to defend, the numerous missiles slammed into the city center, causing a devastating effect. The beautiful city center was blasted into pieces under the multiple explosions, buildings crumbling everywhere. Seeing this, Yu Zhong heaved a sigh of relief. There had been over 20 Type 5 experts within. Each of them was wearing a Type 5 battle suits and were monstrous existences. If they took part in the battle, they would be able to slaughter thousands with ease. If they could all be wiped out with the energy missiles, that would be the best. Wei Ming Qing's brother Wei, he was too stupid, keeping the 20-odd Type 5 experts within the palace to ensure his safety. It was a waste of their abilities. These Type 5 experts were the best blades, not shields. Offense was their forte. If they had to defend, their flesh bodies could not possibly withstand the effects and damage of the missiles. Wei Ming Qing is dead. Surrender and be spared. Wei Ming Qing is dead. Surrender and be spared. Seeing the city center turn to dust, the rebels began to holler as they charged at the city guards. Surrender! I surrender! Seeing the city center being destroyed, many of the city guard lost their nerves, their countenances pale. Many of them abandoned their weapons and surrendered immediately. Without an object of idolization, they did not know what else to fight for. Your Majesty! Long live your Majesty! Many other city guards lost all rationality, and with despair in their eyes, they charged forth in a suicidal fashion, battling till they died. The tides of the battle were surging in the favor of the rebels. At this time, from a lake about 3 kilometers behind the city center, a large water pillar shot towards the skies. A powerful expert emerged from the water, his hair floating about, as his body emitted a powerful bloodlust. His features were extraordinary, his countenance overbearing. This middle-aged man took a look at the scenario in front of him. With a flash, he appeared on top of a building in the center of the battlefield in barely 5 seconds. He looked down with an aloof and disdainful gaze, declaring coldly, "This seat is here. You commoners dare to rebel. Aren't you afraid that this seat will eradicate all 9 generations of your families?" This person, who was covered in thick bloodlust, was the Emperor of Cloud Region, Wei Ming Qing. Is that a Type 6 divine warrior? Yu Zhong hid in a corner, quietly assessing the Emperor of Cloud Region. His heart beat faster with alarm, as a strong sense of danger arose in his heart. He could tell that if he were to face this Wei Ming Qing in combat, he would likely be killed in an instant. Your Majesty! It's His Majesty! His Majesty lives! Kill all traitors! Wei Ming Qing's words were filled with an authority, resounding throughout the area, causing everyone to hear his voice. When he appeared, the devastated city guards instantly regained their morale as they launched a swift counterattack. The rebels saw Wei Ming Qing, and their eyes were filled with fear, their fighting spirits sinking. Wei Ming Qing had ruled Cloud Region for over 20 years. His rule struck deep in everyone's hearts. If it was not for this period of his insanity, in the past 20 years, he would still be referred to as a great emperor. Facing this emperor, many of the rebels were shaken. One Type 4 expert barked out in a clear voice, "Wei Ming Qing, you've fallen to the dark side, killing innocents. Millions of people have died because of you. Today shall be the day you die." What a joke. The entire Cloud Region is mine. You're all my subjects. If this seat wants anyone to die, that person has to die. Those million refugees were just lowly peasants. Exchanging their lives for this seat's progress is an honor for them. You ants, you dare to revolt. This seat will eradicate all 9 generations of your families. Before that, all you traitors will be dealt with right now. Wei Ming Qing's eyes flashed with a vicious light as he barked out in anger. In a flash, his entire body was covered in a thick fog of blood, and he charged right into the midst of the rebels. The moment he entered their ranks, the rebels were swept up in the blood mist, twisting and shrieking as they were sucked dry. The thick blood mist covered a region of over 100 m. With a speed of Mach 2, in a single pounce, there was a trail of human corpses. The Type 4 expert eyed the incoming blood mist, his body glowing brightly. He thrust out with his battle spear viciously, as a beam of energy shot into the blood mist. However, it was to no avail, as the blood mist continued to spread towards the expert, enveloping him. In a breath, the blood mist continued forward, while leaving behind a corpse with a look of despair on his face. The rebel forces continued to fire out lasers and electromagnetic beams at the blood mist. However, all they did was to pass through the mist, not doing anything to it. Each time the mist swept past the rebel troops, more soldiers would be sucked dry of their blood. "Flee! Help! Save me!" Seeing such a desolate scene, the originally low morale of the rebel forces crumbled. Many of the soldiers abandoned their equipment and were fleeing in all directions, escaping from the terrifying blood mist. Yu Zhong looked at the blood mist, his heart full of shock. What the hell? Is this the might of a Type 6 expert? This is too sick. Even someone as strong as Yu Zhong would have to evade when faced with over hundreds of thousands of rebel soldiers. He could also rely on assassination tactics to deal with individual soldiers. It was impossible to do what Ming Qing was doing, clearing over 30,000 single-handedly. Right as the rebels were breaking down, a number of Reapers appeared, their flaps opening, and they fired numerous targeting missiles at the blood mist. Reapers, right on time. Let's see how this seat takes care of you. Ha ha. From within the mist, Ming Qing's maniacal laughter rang out. The countless drops of blood shot towards the missiles, directly slamming into them and causing them to explode. As the blood mist surged forward, it enveloped the Reapers. With a bright flash, all the Reapers channeled out an energy shield to defend against the blood mist. Ming Qing appeared from inside the mist, sending his fists pummeling the shields. His fists were like sledgehammers, slamming into the shield, causing it to deform. It almost collapsed immediately. However, the shield managed to hold on. After all, the technology wouldn't be so weak as to allow a Type 6 Divine Warrior to destroy it in one hit. Earlier, the Reaper that Yu Zhong had sent to delay the Type 5 experts had been destroyed only after they fought with all their might. Before the energy shield collapsed, they had no means of destroying it. Truly the strongest weapon of war in our cloud region. Even this seat cannot break it easily. However, this seat is invincible. With my strength, break for me. Ming Qing roared out with laughter, sending one more punch, and the blood around is congealed into a sharp sword that pierced through the shield. Under the relentless assault, the shield finally shattered, and the Reaper was sliced into multiple parts. Ha ha ha! This seat is invincible. Those who oppose me shall die. Ming Qing laughed like a demon, continuing to obliterate the Reapers as he passed by them. With each fist of his, the blood would surround him and destroy the shield, before cutting them up into scrap metal. Yu Zhong saw the rate of destruction Ming Qing was causing, his heart running cold. Peak Type 6. This monster should be at the peak of the Type 6 realm, if I'm not wrong. Chapter 893, Massacre. Chapter 893, Massacre. Each time the blood mist killed an enemy, it seemed to grow slightly more. It was a terrifying sight. Many of the rebel soldiers were turned into emaciated corpses. At the same time, the Reapers that they held hope in were being desecrated by Ming Qing. This caused them to collapse totally. The rebel forces had been able to invade the inner city because of the Reapers. The moment those Reapers were destroyed, the soldiers had no fighting spirit left. In the skies, the other trump card of the rebel forces were the heavy assault helicopters. They started to drop energy missiles at the blood mist. Those powerful missiles could blast a Type 6 expert to pieces. This was one of the measures that Cloud Region used to kill the high-grade Dino generals. The missiles had just been fired when the blood mist below suddenly burst out, turning into blood drops that defied gravity, shooting towards the incoming missiles. Honk, honk, honk. The missiles that could obliterate an entire building detonated, while the blood mist withdrew and shrank back. Assault helicopters? Oof. You think that just because you're in the air, this seat will not be able to do anything? Go to hell. From the blood mist, there was a powerful rumble. The massive blood mist shrank and condensed in itself, before suddenly shooting multiple blood arrows upwards, piercing towards one of the helicopters. Shatter. The blood arrows pierced the cockpit and penetrated the head of the pilot as he stared in despair and shock. The next moment, a larger blood arrow shot out from the body of the pilot, who had already turned into a dried corpse as he slumped in his seat. Having lost the pilot, the assault helicopter wobbled before descending towards the ground. In a loud explosion and fiery blaze, the helicopter blew up and consumed hundreds of rebels. After destroying one assault helicopter, the blood mist continued to sweep towards the other helicopters, repeating the pattern of piercing the pilots and sucking them dry. The assault helicopters would then crash. Across the entire battlefield, only the assault helicopters with the guided energy missiles could pose a threat to the blood demon-like Ming Qing. As the various helicopters were being destroyed, the rest quickly raised their altitude, ascending higher into the skies. At a distance, inside a command center, as the commanders looked at how Ming Qing was rampaging across the battlefield, everyone's faces were ugly. A middle-aged man in a suit stared at the demon-like Ming Qing, his eyes narrowing. "We have to stop him. If he continues to rampage, we will all die here." This middle-aged man in a suit was called Do Hua, one of the elite clansmen of the Do clan. He was also one of the leading generals of the rebellion. Do Hua commanded the private forces of the Do clan. Before the rebellion, he had just pretended to be an unimportant manager of a small company. Due to the sudden events, he did not have time to change, directly joining the fray. Zhang Qiuyan, a beautiful and sultry woman beside him, had a narrowed gaze as well. "That's right, he's insane. If he returned the tides, all of us would die." Although many of the upper echelons of the city had joined in the rebellion, there were others who still stood by Ming Qing, while some chose to sit on the fence and wait to see what would happen. The moment the assault on the inner city failed, Ming Qing would be able to banish every single party involved in the rebellion to hell. Although Ming Qing had turned extremely cruel, he had governed for many years. Many subjects were still loyal to him, many city lords at his beck and call. If he were to gain the upper hand, it would be nigh impossible for the rebels to turn the tides back. Seems like it's only us to stop him. Let's go. One muscular expert in a Type 5 battlesuit spoke out before he charged out towards Ming Qing's position valiantly. 8 other Type 5 experts exchanged looks and followed right after. Right now, facing the strange and terrifying blood mist, there were no weapons of war that could stand up to that. The only way was to rely on those Type 5 experts who could utilize the Type 5 battlesuits. Ordinary people were basically like ants in front of Ming Qing's blood mist. The moment they were enveloped in it, they would lose their lives. The leader of the group of Type 5 experts appeared in front of Ming Qing in a few breaths. With a wave of his hand, a powerful, freezing energy emitted out from his hands, freezing the drops of blood. As the frost met the blood, part of the blood mist turned to huge chunks of ice and fell to the ground. The seemingly endless blood mist began to shrink at a rate visible to the naked eye. Zhao Chuzi, truly the one known as the top ice user. Impressive. However, in front of this seat, you're just a slightly stronger ant. This seat is the true invincible existence of this world. I have already broken through to the Type 6 Divine Warrior realm, soon to reach the Type 7 that no one in history has ever reached before. At that time, this world would be a toy in my hand. Why oppose me? How dare you guys oppose me? Following a bellow of rage, Ming Qing reformed and stepped out of the blood mist. His eyes were bloodshot, his entire body covered in the blood that seemed to have a life of its own. He truly looked like a demon, emitting an overbearing and terrifying aura. At that instant, Ming Qing seemed to break through the air, passing by the freezing field. He appeared right in front of Zhao Chun, his right hand like a claw. It was wrapped in a thick, bloody aura that aimed for Zhao Chun's head. That claw was simple, yet its might reached an unimaginable level. Zhao Chun could only stare wide-eyed at the incoming claw, unable to react. Zhao Chun could smell the heavy blood scent that could cause a person to vomit. At that moment, another expert wielding a battle spear came thrusting her spear at an extremely quick speed towards Ming Qing. If Ming Qing forcefully continued to attack Zhao Chun, he would be pierced by that spear. Fool! This seat is invincible. Those who oppose me will die. Ming Qing glanced at the incoming spear and bellowed in rage. He suddenly disappeared from his location, bringing a strong, bloody scent with him as he appeared beside that small-sized expert. He transformed into a huge blood mist and surrounded that expert. The face of the small expert fell as she retreated explosively. However, the huge blood mist continued to swirl towards her, directly enveloping her. Qing. Seeing this, another Type 5 expert that had just arrived let out a heart-wrenching scream, the Type 5 nuclei on his back glowing brightly. The strength of the Type 5 mutant nuclei instantly pushed his power to the max, causing him to take a half-step into the Type 6 realm. With that strength, his feet lit up, and he turned into a beam of light that charged right for the blood mist. Just then, the small figure shot out from within the blood mist, blasting towards the almost Type 6 expert. The expert faltered and grabbed the small figure with care, exclaiming in worry, "Qing, are you all right?" The petite figure trembled slightly before suddenly exploding. A sharp blood arrow shot out, slicing the near Type 6 expert into multiple parts. Witnessing this gory scene, the remaining 7 Type 5 experts felt a chill in their hearts. The strength of Ming Qing was seriously too overpowered. In just a breath, he had killed 2 Type 5 divine warriors in succession. If he were to continue on like this, they would all likely turn into corpses. When the Type 5 divine warriors turned pale, his entire body trembling, he shouted as he turned and fled. Not everyone was able to face death with courage. Many would crumble under the pressure. Ming Qing, you bastard, die. A Type 5 expert channeled his Type 5 nuclei, pushing his power to its limits. He then roared in fury and fired a bright yellow flame dragon towards the blood mist. Due to the blood mist occupying a large area, the flame dragon managed to burn parts of the blood mist. "Bastard! You dare to act against this seat. Go to hell." A loud bellow of rage resounded from within the blood mist. There was a surge of a bloody scent as the mist swarmed towards the Type 5 expert. In response, the Type 5 expert fired out countless flames in a frenzy, burning huge amounts of blood. Under the burning flames, the blood mist was getting reduced. If this Type 5 expert was given enough time, it was likely that he could incinerate all of the blood mist. Suddenly, a figure shot out from within the mist, grabbing the head of the Type 5 expert and wrenched with strength. The entire head and the connecting spine was dragged out and torn from the body, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Another Type 5 expert had died. Chapter 894, Killing Ming Qing. Chapter 894, Killing Ming Qing. At that moment, when the Flame Attribute Type 5 expert was killed, another Type 5 expert had a cold glint in his eyes. He waved his hands and sent a powerful tornado out, forcefully separating Ming Qing and the blood mist that seemed to possess a life of its own. Ming Qing was able to make use of his Type 6 strength to trample over thousands, as well as his invincibility was partly due to the blood mist. If it was not for the blood mist covering Ming Qing's true location and deflecting countless attacks, even if he was a peak Type 6 expert, he could not possibly rampage through without some injuries. Zhao Chun continued to activate his own ability, freezing large chunks of the blood mist into blocks. As long as the blood mist could be separated and sealed, then his combat power would be limited. 2 other close combat specialists charged forth with their battle spears thrusting out. There was a terrifying energy collected at the tip blasting towards them. Another one had the ability to manipulate gravity. His eyes turned bloodshot as he channeled it, enveloping Ming Qing, causing his body to sink. Scram! Ming Qing glanced at the 2 Type 5 experts with the battle spears and sent out his palms enveloped with a bloody radiance towards them. The 2 Type 5 experts thrust out, the powerful spears blasting through the bloody hands, slamming into Ming Qing. Ming Qing's face turned steely as the blood mist gathered around him, turning into a shield. The 2 energy thrusts slammed into the shield, easily piercing it. They penetrated through his body, revealing 2 bone-deep wounds. However, at that moment, the blood mist suddenly flashed past them and chopped off their heads. Audacious! What could actually harm this seat? This seat will slaughter all 9 generations of your family. 10 even. Wei Ming Qing let out a roar like an enraged beast. The wounds he suffered were healing at an incredible speed. All of a sudden, dozens of blood arrows shot out from his body, piercing towards the remaining 3 Type 5 divine warriors. Zhao Chun's face fell. He swiftly channeled his energy as an unbelievable cold energy emitted out from him, causing even his skins to be covered with icicles. The sharp blood arrows pierced through the icicles, giving the ice a bloody, red hue. The Type 5 gravity manipulation user, as well as the wind controller, were not as fortunate, their bodies instantly pierced by the dozens of blood arrows. Instantly, they were riddled with holes as their bodies were sucked dry of all blood. The moment Wei Ming Qing got the upper hand, he laughed out loud maniacally, "Ha! This seat is invincible. The world belongs to this seat. I will wipe out all your traitors. Wipe out all your families and lineage. Ha ha ha." As he was roaring with laughter, Yuzhong appeared right in front of him like a flash of lightning, wearing his Type 5 battle suit. Wei Ming Qing was a devil that was going to break through to the Type 7 realm, and one who had killed too many innocents. Yuzhong would not let him live. Wei Ming Qing glanced at Yuzhong and snorted coldly, "Peasant die." He and his blood mist had been separated by the wind controller earlier, and both lunged towards Yuzhong. As long as Yuzhong was caught in the blood mist, he would be sucked dry. Right at this time, a bright red devil flame encased Yuzhong. The moment the blood mist got too close, it was incinerated into nothing. "You have some ability, but in front of this seat, you're just a small ant." Wei Ming Qing glared coldly at Yuzhong while pointed out with his palm. 10 bright red beams that could pierce even the armor of Type 5 battle suits shot out, slamming into Yuzhong. Yuzhong had disappeared from his location in a split second. Illusion? Where's the main body? Wei Ming Qing looked at the scattered clone of Yuzhong, an uneasy feeling creeping up his heart. He chose to back away quickly. His speed was simply amazing, to the point where some Dino warriors know that they were not a match for him. That's no way to maintain the struggle. As long as he could create some way Ming Qing could rejoin with his blood mist, and they could deal with Yuzhong easier. The moment Wei Ming Qing moved, he suddenly sank, as though his back just gained an additional 10,000 gene. Yuzhong appeared mysteriously behind Wei Ming Qing, thrusting out a spear viciously. Wei Ming Qing's eyes finally had some hint of panic. He waved his huge hands, slapping the battle spear away. The might of the Type 6 divine warrior exploded out. At that moment, Yuzhong let go of the spear. Wei Ming Qing's full force slammed into the spear, knocking it over thousands of meters. Yuzhong put all his weight into the collision, slamming into Wei Ming Qing like a thunderbolt. His strength exploded out, forcing the Type 6 divine warrior to be knocked flying. When Yuzhong crashed into Wei Ming Qing, the insane emperor felt his inner organs tremble, and he almost threw up. Although he was a Type 6 divine warrior, in terms of physique, he was inferior to Yuzhong, who had the third order body of steel. After all, humans were one of the weaker intelligent species. This fellow is weak in close combat. The moment Yuzhong determined that fact, he shot forward, and his entire right fist was covered in devil flames, punching towards Wei Ming Qing. He wanted to take down this peak Type 6 divine warrior in the shortest possible time. Otherwise, once Wei Ming Qing managed to put some distance between them, he would suffer the consequences. As the Emperor of Cloud Region, Wei Ming Qing seldom needed to act personally in the past. Although he was strong, his close combat skills were weak. He was basically incomparable with Yuzhong, who had countless experience. Yuzhong's right fist slammed into Wei Ming Qing's stomach, and the powerful force coupled with the devil flames blasted out, enveloping his entire body. Under the intense burning of the devil flame, Wei Ming Qing screamed out in agony. A thick blood mist suddenly came out from his body, trying to extinguish the devil flames. Yu Zhong's devil flame was at the fourth order stage. There was nothing it could not burn. The moment it lit, even a Type 5 Divine Warrior would not be able to extinguish the flames easily. The blood mist continued to churn around Wei Ming Qing, trying to put out the flames while enveloping Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong stared at Wei Ming Qing, his fists raining blows on Wei Ming Qing mercilessly. Under the enhancement of his Dark Do Chi, as well as the Type 5 battlesuit, every single punch could penetrate even an armored vehicle. However, against Wei Ming Qing, he could not punch through. Wei Ming Qing was breathless and could not recover from the constant attacks by Yu Zhong. He then opened his mouth, firing a long arrow-like blood mist towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong grabbed hold of Wei Ming Qing, twisting his body and slammed him down towards the ground. When the blood arrow pierced through Yu Zhong's devil flames, it slammed into his shoulder, penetrating through the Type 5 battlesuit, before being stopped by the Type 5 mutant sea snake scale armor. He grabbed hold of Wei Ming Qing once more, kicking viciously at his waist. With his immense strength, the kick crushed the gonads of Wei Ming Qing. "Ah! It hurts! It hurts!" Wei Ming Qing screamed in pain. Even if he was a Type 6 expert, the precious family jewels of anybody would be a weak spot. Despite his strength, he could not help but scream. At this time, the separated blood mist swarmed over, enveloping the both of them. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly, his devil flames blazing upwards in a pillar. The blood mist started to burn up in loud, crackling sounds, without any means to get close. He then grabbed Wei Ming Qing and brought his knee up in a cruel fashion, slamming into Wei Ming Qing's bloody waist. Being attacked at the same spot over and over again, Wei Ming Qing's face was contorted in pain, his body trembling nonstop. Yu Zhong continued to rain blows on Wei Ming Qing's head, his strength and devil flames exploding out. Another mass of blood mist seeped out of Wei Ming Qing's body, congealing to block the devil flames. Yu Zhong seemed to ignore everything and just continued to slam his fists viciously, turning Wei Ming Qing's head into a messy, bloody pulp. After dozens of blows, the blood mist suddenly dissipated, while Wei Ming Qing's head was incinerated into ash by the devil flames. A huge orb of life force was absorbed into Yu Zhong's body. The tyrant of Cloud Region died, just like that, at Yu Zhong's hands. It was not that Wei Ming Qing was weak, but his experience in close combat was too lacking. As the Emperor of the Cloud Region, he had no need to act at all. Due to that, the moment Yu Zhong got close, he did not know how to deal with it. In the end, he was taken out by the weaker Yu Zhong. Of course, if it was not for the previous 9 Type 5 Divine Warriors that had sacrificed themselves to separate Wei Ming Qing and the blood mist, Yu Zhong would have died in an instant. Congratulations, you have gained plus 20 in all attributes. Congratulations, you have gained plus 4 skill points to be allocated. The pure life force entered Yu Zhong's body, and he heard the 2 notifications. After pondering a while, he chose to enhance the Dark Do Chi, pushing it to the 4th order plus 3 stage. The Devil Flame was extremely powerful in offense, while the Dark Do Chi raised Yu Zhong's strength in all aspects. It was an auxiliary skill, which boosted both his offense and defense. If he wanted to survive better, the Dark Do Chi was more suitable. Do Hua stood on a podium, eyeing the Imperial city coldly before giving a cold order. Is Wei Ming Qing finally dead? Very good. In that case, Yu Zhong has no use to us as well. Convey my orders. Shut down all the electronics with clones. Launch the first volley of missiles. Yes. One of the signal officers quickly left. With that order passed, a number of 235mm cannons started adjusting their aim in a jungle about 4 kilometers away from the inner city. Although most of Cloud Region made use of the central computers to adjust their weapons, the weapons could still be adjusted manually. Bai suddenly appeared in Yu Zhong's watch, sounding out an alarm. Warning! Warning! The clones near the inner city have been shut down. Based on conjecture, There's an 89% chance that the rebel forces have turned on you. Yu Zhong's heart turned cold as a strong sense of danger arose in his heart. He quickly activated his bone-encompassing armor, with white bones stepping out of void and transforming into a carapace around him. The bone spikes propelled him off the ground, sending him about 300 m into the air. Hong, hong, hong. After 3 breaths, there were loud, earth-shaking explosions within the inner city, destroying many of the structures and buildings. The might of those energy cannons were extremely terrifying. It was likely that only the energy shield could have blocked that. Even a Type 6 Divine Warrior would have found it hard to survive that barrage of firepower. Those 20 heavy cannons were another trump card prepared by the 4 great clans. They had originally intended to use it against Ming Qing. However, with the flow of the battle changing, since Ming Qing was dead, Yu Zhong became their next target to be eliminated. The guided energy missiles required the central computer, or an AI, to fire it accurately, whereas the heavy cannons just required the adjustment of angles and trajectories. Against Yu Zhong and his super AI, the heavy cannons were the best weapons to utilize. White bone spikes were easily shattered by that explosion, and Yu Zhong started to descend like a heavy rock. At this moment, Yu Zhong activated his summon Tame Beast skill. A void appeared, and Greeny shot out from it, picking Yu Zhong on its back. Standing on top of Greeny, Yu Zhong swept a sharp gaze downwards and immediately caught sight of Do Hua and the rest in the command center. Without the use of a computer, Do Hua and the rest could only make use of a high vantage point to observe. Yu Zhong patted Greeny's back, and it immediately shot towards them in a flash of green light. Do Hua caught sight of them, and a cold feeling crept up his heart as he roared out, "Attack! Wipe him out!" Chapter 895, Fallout. Chapter 895, Fallout. The soldiers by Do Hua's side immediately raised their guns to fire at Yu Zhong. Bright laser and electromagnetic beams shot into the sky, turning into a net that threatened to engulf Greeny. The might of those beams were truly powerful. Even a Type 4 mutant beast might not be able to withstand them. However, while Greeny's body was large, its speed had reached Mach 2. It traversed 680 m in a mere second, allowing it to evade those beams. If the rebel forces had the central computer to help them, there was still a possibility of injuring Greeny. Without the calculation abilities, the ordinary soldiers had no way to catch Greeny's profound movements. In just 4 seconds, Greeny flew above the command center with a strong gust. It opened its huge wings and sent blades of winds at the rebel soldiers below. Under the torrent of wind blades, many of the rebel soldiers were sliced up in multiple parts, their limbs flying everywhere. It looked like hell. Yu Zhong leaped down lightly, appearing in front of Do Hua, who had a bitter look right now. He asked with a dark expression, "Why did you act against me?" Do Hua's face fell. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "It's all a misunderstanding. We just want to make sure that Ming Qing was killed thoroughly. You know that a Type 6 Divine Warrior is terrifying. If he left here, we will all die. Let me apologize to you here. This was a decision made by myself. If you want to kill, just kill me." Yu Zhong looked at the stubborn Do Hua, who did not want to admit his mistake, and his eyes flashed coldly. The Type 4 flame blade appeared in his hands, and he swung it down in a flash, severing Do Hua's right arm. Blood splattered while Do Hua's face contorted in agony. Yu Zhong laughed coldly in response. "You think that I'll believe such an absurd lie? If I'm not wrong, you bastards had already been prepared against my AI, and was looking for a chance to kill me. Burning the bridge after crossing the waters. What a crude method used by politicians." Do Hua's face twisted. He knew that the lie had been exposed and roared out loud, "That's right. The super AI in your hands is too dangerous to us. As long as you're alive, and you possess that, our countless equipment and central computers would be ineffective. You're a cancer to the entire Cloud region. As long as you exist, the tech of Cloud region would never improve. Only by killing you will we be able to improve by leaps and bounds. Why don't you kill yourself? For the sake of humanity, Someone like you should just die. Inside the Imperial capital, there were many guided energy bombs, Reapers, and other terrifying superweapons. However, they all required the central computer to calculate the maximum effectiveness in firing them. Since Yu Zhong had by E, it was possible for him to gain control over everything in the capital. As long as he was still in the capital, the four great clans would not dare utilize any of the weapons. Their fates were basically in his hands. This time, the four great clans could attack Ming Qing because they had received Yu Zhong's help in controlling the Reapers and guided energy missiles, whereas Ming Qing's side had to suffer from the absence of a central computer. The four great clans would naturally not allow Yu Zhong to continue existing with them. As expected, since you guys want to kill me, I will not show any mercy either. With a cold look, Yu Zhong shot forward and knocked Do Hua unconscious. At the same time, his right hand glowed as a single-type 2 puppet rune appeared and entered Do Hua's head. Do Hua was then slapped awake, his previous grim expression replaced with a respectful one. "Greetings, Master." Yu Zhong pointed at him, handing several puppet runes over, set off with white bones. "Gather your subordinates. Turn them into puppets." Do Hua replied respectfully, "Yes, Master." After that, Do Hua retreated with white bones. Yu Zhong's killing intent did not subside. "Since you guys want to force my hand, don't blame me for being ruthless." He then asked Bai Yi, "Where are the four fogies?" Bai Yi responded, "Master, there's no information. The enemy has already cut off all power. I can't triangulate their position." Those clan lords were also slippery heads. Since they knew of Yu Zhong's power, they would not stay in a dangerous place. Yu Zhong frowned and asked, "What's the situation of the battle outside the city?" Bai Yi responded, "Before I lost connection with the copies, the four great clans was gaining the advantage. General Wei Shou had already died. The rest of the city guards were also surrendering. Only a few are still resisting." The four clan lords were not fools. It was precisely at the moment when they had broken in, where Yu Zhong's strength did not matter, that they chose to fall out with him. Yu Zhong then jumped back onto Greeny. "Let's head to the outer city." Greeny flapped once and turned into a flash of green as it soared towards the outer city. Soon after, Yu Zhong came to the airspace above the battlefield. He looked down, only to find the soldiers of the four great clan sweeping the battlefield while thousands of captives were being led out of the city. In some alleys, there were still bright flashes and sound of conflicts. Yu Zhong patted Greeny's back. "Go down." Greeny flapped once and shot down. "That is, open fire. Kill it." One officer belonging to the four great clans caught sight of Greeny and exclaimed loudly. However, it was much too late. Yu Zhong leaped down from Greeny's back, and with a cold glint, the black tooth blade in his hand slashed out. He darted through the 40-man unit like a specter. The blade continued to dance, as blood splattered everywhere. In barely a few breaths, all of them had been killed. "Strong." The surrendered city guards looked at Yu Zhong with shock. "I'm Yu Zhong. The four great clans would definitely not let you people off because of your loyalty to Ming Qing. If you want to live, grab your weapons and come with me. We shall attack their armory and wipe them out. If you don't mind dying, then just surrender." With a point, 2 Reapers appeared out of thin air. Seeing this, their eyes widened in shock. Although Cloud Region's technology was advanced, it was not to the stage where spatial technology could be used in the way Yu Zhong did. It was beyond anything that they knew. A burly officer with a long scar across his face stood up and said, "Sir, those rebels have a super AI. If these 2 Reapers were to meet there's a possibility of it being stolen." Yu Zhong stared at the officer and spoke coldly. "The AI was mine to begin with. From now on, they will be the ones unable to use their weapons." "What?" When they heard this, the faces of all the city guards changed. This time, the main reason why they had lost was that of the super AI, causing them to be helpless. If it was not for the super AI, then even if all the rebel forces joined hands, it was impossible to defeat the city guards with their superior technology and firepower. Yu Zhong continued to ask aggressively. Wei Ming Qing is already dead. Are you intending to continue to be loyal to a dead man? Or to fight for your own freedom and your comrades to wipe out the rebel troops? The officer stared at Yu Zhong with bloodshot eyes. Since you stood with the four great clans, why betray them now? The gazes of the city guards fell upon Yu Zhong. They were obviously full of suspicion as well. Yu Zhong replied blandly, "They acted to kill me first. Don't tell me I can't defend myself and wait for them to kill me. Are you willing to join me or wait for them to kill you?" The officer stared at Yu Zhong and spoke. "I'm Chen Tai. I'm willing to serve you, but you must promise me this. If you win, you must ensure the safety of my brothers, and you cannot make us slaves or refugees." The winner decided the rules, while the losers in Cloud Region suffered. They were either slaves or refugees, their descendants doomed to be the same. When thinking about the possibility of suffering such a fate, the soldiers could not help but tremble. Yu Zhong replied solemnly, "If we win, I will definitely not mistreat you all. As long as you follow me, you will definitely not become slaves or refugees." Chen Tai then faced back and barked, "Fine, brothers, arm yourselves. Let's fight." The city guards swiftly regained their fighting morale and equipped themselves before standing by Chen Tai's side. Yu Zhong then led this troop towards the heavy weapons of the four great clans. "Those are Reapers. Why did they suddenly appear here?" "Shit, those are Reapers." The moment the rebel forces of the four great clans saw the two Reapers, their faces fell. The next moment, the two Reapers unleashed carnage upon the soldiers, punching them all full of holes. Chapter 896, Reversal of Situation. Chapter 896, Reversal of Situation. The moment the rebel forces were killed, Chen Tai and the rest quickly rushed over, picking up the equipment on the floor. They then took over the heavy weapons area. Yu Zhong surveyed his surroundings. "You guys stand guard here. Quickly activate the systems for those weapons. One of you, come with me to reorganize the city guards." Chen Tai barked out, "Zhuang." One soldier came up and reported, "Yes, Captain." Chen Tai then said, "You take some men to defend this location. I will follow Sir Yu Zhong to regroup those central city guards." Zhuang responded, "Understood. Let's go." Yu Zhong grabbed Chen Tai before channeling his Dark Do Qi. He charged through the battlefield at a terrifying speed of Mach 2. In a few breaths, he disappeared from the view of everyone present. Zhuang was filled with shock, strong. He reined his feelings in before ordering the rest. Quickly activate the systems for the heavy cannons. The city guards had dealt with the heavy weapons before, and since most of their power supply was just cut and not destroyed, they were quickly able to restart the systems. Yu Zhong quickly came to the front lines with Chen Tai in tow. Over 2,000 central city guards had surrendered by then, and they were being herded towards a large field. Many electromagnetic cannons were stationed, while over 200 rebel soldiers of the four great clans were eyeing the city guards coldly. The moment there was any strange movements from those city guards, the electromagnetic cannons would punch them full of holes. Hiding behind some cover, Chen Tai eyed the 2,000 city guards with his fists clenched tight. His breathing became ragged as he eyed Yu Zhong with a pleading look. Yu Zhong looked back at him and nodded slightly. His pupils narrowing, the Fourth Order Dark Do Qi enveloped his body. With a tap of his foot, Yu Zhong transformed into a black beam of light as he charged towards the 200 rebel forces. In a few breaths, Yu Zhong had already reached their midst. He immediately activated his Third Order Art of Fear, and a powerful spirit attack spread out with him at the center. The soldiers who were engulfed in the skill immediately passed out. To Chen Tai, all he saw was a flash of black, and the 200 rebel soldiers suddenly crumpled to the ground, causing him to feel shocked. After dealing with the 200 rebels, Yu Zhong reappeared. He then waved his hand casually, sending his puppet runes into each and every one of those fainted soldiers. In order to conquer the city, Yu Zhong alone was not enough. He needed a troop to support him. After these soldiers were turned into puppets, while their will and combat strength suffered, they could help maintain order and defend locations. They could even be used as cannon fodder. Chuntai stood up and exclaimed at the top of his voice, "I'm Captain Chuntai from the Central City Guards. This is Sir Yu Zhong. We're here to save you. If you don't want to be killed by these rebels, nor have your family and loved ones become slaves, then stand, take up your weapons, and eradicate these damned rebels." He's Chuntai. I recognize him. They have heavy firepower. How can we fight against them? Hearing Chuntai's words, the 2,000 city guards fell into a state of panic, as many of them began to grumble and question. Yu Zhong patted Chuntai's shoulder and ordered, "I'll leave here to you. You'd better organize them properly." Chuntai nodded with a grim but excited look. "Yes, sir." He had just been a captain of a 100-man unit in this battle. Yet now, he was suddenly tasked to be the leader of a 2,000-strong troop. This showed how much power Yu Zhong was entrusting him. He was naturally excited. After handing the 2,000 city guards to Chuntai, Yu Zhong brought the 200 rebel soldiers with him as he continued forward. The group advanced for a few hundred meters when they coincidentally came across a 500-man team. The leader of the other group looked towards Yu Zhong's puppets and asked with a frown, "Which unit are you guys from?" Yu Zhong did not waste any time with them. He shot into their midst like a specter as a powerful spirit wave spread out, knocking out more than half of the soldiers. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Amongst these soldiers, there was one outstanding one in terms of spirit that was not too badly affected by Yu Zhong's attack. He immediately screamed out at the top of his lungs. A cold blade flashed past the spirit-based soldier, decapitating his head, directly killing the soldier. However, it was too late. The moment the soldier shouted, the signal was already sent into the skies. Enemy? How come there would still be an enemy? Behind us no less? The soldiers of the four great clans saw the signal and their faces fell. The rebel forces that had almost defeated the city guards regathered, and they made their way towards Yu Zhong and his men. After countless intense battles, their numbers already reached 40,000. These troops were like a flow of metal that surged towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong tried wiping out 2 emergency reinforcement units, choosing to retreat. The 40,000-strong army was not easy to deal with, as countless experts were inside. The moment he got caught among them, no matter how strong he was, he would be killed. The seemingly invincible Type 6 Divine Warrior Wei Ming Qing had still fallen at the hands of a few Type 5 Divine Warriors. If a strong person was not careful, it was possible to be killed by other weaker people that joined hands. Facing the incoming wave of rebel soldiers, Yu Zhong sent the puppets towards some of the alleys and streets. They made use of the simple covers as they pulled out their weapons and began to fire at the rebel soldiers. The rebel soldiers had to take out the puppets with care and caution before they could continue advancing. Both sides engaged in an intense fight. Without the interference of heavy weapons, with the death of each puppet soldier, a few rebel soldiers would be killed as well. The 40,000 rebel soldiers quickly gathered before separating into 8 paths. Each unit was about 4,000 or so, as they slowly surrounded Yu Zhong's position. On a high ground, there was a general who was in military uniform, standing straight as he touched his small mustache slightly. He ordered with a cold glint in his eyes, "Attack! Destroy the enemy! Leave no one alive!" This general was called Chengdu, the commander of the force attacking the outer city. He had led the operations against the Central City Guards. Yes, with Chengdu's orders, the 8 troops quickly launched a fearsome attack towards the area where Yu Zhong was. Based on Yu Zhong's current military force, any of the forces could easily wipe out Yu Zhong's troops. Seeing the approaching 8 units, Chuntai's eyes flashed with fear. However, he stood by Yu Zhong's side resolutely. They already had no way of retreat nor surrender. The rebel forces would not let them off. Yu Zhong stood his ground, eyeing the surging forces with a cold laugh. "Shall we start?" His pupils narrowed as he ordered, "Fire the cannons." Bai Yi's eyes flashed with data. "Understood. Firing is beginning. Calculating location. Target set." At that instant, the heavy cannons that Yu Zhong managed to snatch began to adjust their angles, firing off a volley of shots. Honk! 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 A bright flash went off in the sky before landing on the ground. With each bright explosion, a huge number of soldiers would be obliterated, swallowed by the flames and devastation. There was no room for escape, and countless elite soldiers were turned to ash in seconds. In a few breaths, everywhere Yu Zhong glanced, there were barely 100 rebel soldiers at every corner. The rest had already been annihilated. This was the true, terrifying might of a super AI, combined with advanced technology. Yu Zhong spoke coldly. "Convey my orders. Kill our way out." Chen Tai was moved as he replied, "Yes, sir. Kill, kill, kill. Brothers, let's slaughter our way out." With enraged roars, Chen Tai brought the 2,000 city guards out, rushing towards the rebel soldiers that outnumbered them. Honk! 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 A number of huge, white explosions blasted in the midst of the rebel soldiers, enveloping them. The morale of the rebel forces fell apart. Without any fighting spirit, they abandoned their armor, trampling over themselves. Chengdu eyed the crumbling rebel forces and muttered in a daze. How did it become like this? How did it become like this? We were just gaining the advantage. Why did we lose? Why? One of the vice commanders barked out, "General, get yourself together. We have not lost yet. We still have a reserve troop. Do we send them to battle?" Chengdu was arrogant, but he was an exceptional general. Even when faced with such a minor character like Yu Zhong to him, he still kept the reserve troops, not deploying them. He recovered quickly and passed down a flurry of orders. "Retreat. Retreat immediately. We don't have any heavy weapons. If we fight with him, it will only wear down our fighting strength. Evacuate the troops. Employ guerrilla tactics to counterattack." Chapter 897. Occupying the Outer City. Chapter 897. Occupying the Outer City. Under Chengdu's orders, the 8,000 reserve troops quickly dispersed out into countless smaller units, making use of the terrain to begin their counterattack. These soldiers were made up of the most elite soldiers under Chengdu with their resistance. Chen Tai's city guard were forced to slow their advance. Yu Zhong ordered, "Go, eradicate those who resist." "Yes, master." Under Yu Zhong's orders, 20 Reapers appeared, forming a unit under Bai Yi's control. They rushed right into the fray of the battle. When the 20 Reapers appeared, the energy shields absorbed the majority of the bullets from the rebel soldiers. At the same time, their lasers and electromagnetic cannons tore through the ranks of the rebel soldiers. "Reapers! It's the Reapers!" The moment the 20 Reapers jumped into the fray, the rebels felt despair, their morale dropping once again. One officer muttered absent-mindedly, "Heavy firearms. Where are our heavy weapons? Our cannons, missiles, Reapers? Where did they go?" The rebels had no heavy weapons and were as helpless as gun-wielding soldiers facing tanks. They could only be slaughtered, especially since the Reapers were under Bai Yi's control. Thus, their accuracy was incredibly efficient. The rebel soldiers were simply defenseless. After they resisted for a while, their defenses were finally broken through, and the entire unit collapsed. Many chose to flee, while the rest abandoned their weapons and surrendered. Yu Zhong did not choose to chase after those soldiers after crushing them. Instead, he turned the spearhead of the attack towards the outer city gates. Although the outer gates had been constantly assaulted by the four great clans, the city wall was still an important structure in the hundreds of years. As the final stand, it was not so easy to destroy it even with heavy weapons. At the same time, there were many armories outside the outer city gates, with huge amounts of firepower, Reapers, laser gun-mounted vehicles, electromagnetic cannons, as well as other heavy weapons inside. These weapons had not been utilized earlier because of Yu Zhong and Bai Yi. Many of the weapons were automated or used computers to control. If the city guards had used them, Bai Yi would have gained control in an instant and used them against the Imperial city. There were many soldiers of the four great clans stationed outside the city gates. Many of them were devastated by the assault of those terrifying Reapers. After half a day of battle, Yu Zhong finally brought the entire outer city under his control. Along the way, with Chun Tai's help, he had even enlisted over 5,000 city guards, while making use of the Reapers to wipe out another 2,000 who were not willing to submit. Once the gates fell into Yu Zhong's hands, he quickly deployed men to activate the automated defense systems. The Reapers, mech fighters, automatic laser weapons were all activated, swiftly occupying the various vantage points. In the city, the forces of the four great clans also swiftly gathered, occupying the various defense points. Inside a secret basement, the four clan lords were seated around a table. Ming's pupils narrowed. What do we do now? That fellow already controls the outer city. With his super AI, they will be able to gather an immense armored force to attack us. We will not be able to hold out. If the super AI in Yu Zhong's hands could gain enough automated weapons, it would be able to unleash a terrifying might. The four great clans were extremely clear about this. It was precisely because of this that they had decided to do away with Yu Zhong right after Wei Mingqing's death. However, they had underestimated Yu Zhong, failing to kill him. Instead, they had allowed him to counterattack with intensity. Zhao Sheng hesitated a while before replying, "We can gather all the upper clans in the city to fight against him together. He has only about 10,000 people, while we can deploy 100,000. It should be enough to defeat him." Lu Yi snorted coldly. 100,000. It's not as if you guys don't know what quality those 100,000 are. Among them, the only true soldiers number only about 20,000. And there were those who had just been beaten back by Yu Zhong. The rest of the 80,000 soldiers are just a motley bunch. There might be some experts among them, but against Yu Zhong's armored unit, they would be able to take down a few Reapers, and that's it. Furthermore, they're just a bunch of wild cards. If we succeed, it's not too bad, but who knows if they'll stab us in the back if things go awry. The moment the four great clans acted, most of the upper clans had joined in their rebellion. These various factions sent their own private armies and equipment. After facing Wei Mingqing, over 20,000 of these soldiers had either died or were heavily injured, leaving only 80,000. This 80,000 riffraff, adding on to the 20,000 elites of the four great clans, formed the current army within the inner city. The private forces of the upper clans had little to no training, while bullying some citizens was no problem. In an actual military battle, they were weak. During the attack on the inner city, 5,000 city guards were enough to slaughter over 100,000 of the private forces. This was already a testimony to the weakness of the private soldiers. Hearing Lu Yi's words, everyone fell silent. They were clear that in the face of Yu Zhong's armored units, the 100,000 would not be able to withstand. As long as the casualty rate reached a certain degree, those riffraff would likely submit to Yu Zhong. After all, the majority of them had no enmity with Yu Zhong. After a moment of silence, Chunmu suddenly spoke up. "Let's try talking to him." Ming voiced his concern. "I'm afraid that he's not willing. He already has the upper hand. If he's vicious enough, he could wipe us all out." Chunmu continued slowly. "As long as he accepts us, we can crown him the Emperor of Cloud Region." Zhao Sheng frowned and barked out, "I object." It was enough with a single Wei Mingqing. If Yu Zhong really became the Emperor with his super, we do not have a shred of bargaining power against him. Chen Mu replied coldly. When Wei Mingqing was around, was there anything our four great clans could do? If it was not for Yu Zhong and his super AI, we could not have overthrown Wei Mingqing at all. And now, are we able to stop him from ascending the throne? Lu Yi retorted, "Even if we don't have the strength to stop him, without us, he can forget about ascension being an easy feat." Chenmu nodded. "That's right, and that's the only bargaining chip we have that we must take out. Controlling a city was not an easy matter. Yu Zhong did not have a foothold at all. If he wanted to control the city, he would need a lot of energy. If he was to become king, many of the upper clans might proclaim their loyalty and obedience, but there would still be undercurrents. Inside the room, silence fell upon them once more. After a long while, Ming spoke slowly. Let's send Lu Hua over now. Soon, an enhanced motorcycle shot toward the outer city gates like the gust of a wind. On the city walls, a number of city guards were standing at various vantage points, while Yu Zhong observed the surroundings while pacing up and down the place. Phantom was following behind him, eyeing this man with a complicated gaze. This person had actually pulled out a troop from within the mayhem and took control of the most important city walls. Currently, with the help of his super AI, he had already become the person with the strongest military might within a day. Chen Tai, who was beside Yu Zhong, suddenly asked, "Sir, may I ask, why aren't we attacking the inner city? With my troop strength, it is definitely enough to crush the rebels." Chen Tai had just submitted to Yu Zhong not too long ago. He hoped to use the various battles to prove his loyalty and gain merit. With the various heavy firepower, Chen Tai had the confidence that with 500 men, they could annihilate the 100,000 men in the inner city. Yu Zhong had the weapons and the super AI. It was practically a fully armed U.S. troop against knife-wielding backward barbarians. There was simply no comparison between both parties. Yu Zhong eyed the inner city and spoke slowly. "I'm waiting for some people. If they're smart, they would send some people over today. I will wait until tomorrow the latest. If those rebel heads are still stubborn, then no mercy to them." One soldier came running over at that time. "Sir, there's an envoy requesting your audience." Yu Zhong replied indifferently. "Bring him over." "Yes." Soon, a smart-looking man with decent features appeared. He was wearing a suit and had short, black hair. He saluted as he saw Yu Zhong. "Zhou Xian greets, Sir Yu Zhong." Yu Zhong turned around and had an indifferent expression. "Speak your mind." Zhou Xian looked at him and spoke. "Sir, your talents are heaven-defying, and you have eradicated the evil demon Wei Ming Qing, saving the lives of millions here in Cloud Region, and you're the savior of Cloud Region. Our Zhou clan is representing the entire Cloud Region and hopes that you, sir, can ascend the throne and become the new emperor." Chapter 898, Seeking Peace. Chapter 898, Seeking Peace. New Emperor. Yu Zhong laughed blandly when he heard it. He had never intended to become an emperor. It was a position that was thrown into the various corners of history. Right now, China was in turmoil, with zombies and mutant beasts roaming everywhere. Should Yu Zhong declare himself as emperor, even his subordinates would give up on him. Yuan Shikai had suffered greatly due to his obsession of being emperor. In the end, he had died helplessly. It did not matter who the emperor was through the ages. Power changed hands constantly. If Yu Zhong really wanted to be the emperor, he would have to slaughter many people. Only then could he truly become one. When he had started establishing his cabinets, he was very clear about this from the get-go. It was meant to emulate the governments of prior to the apocalypse, without too much innovation. He just wanted to possess the most power and authority, dictating over everyone else. He was not interested in being an emperor. Yu Zhong continued. "Forget about being an emperor. Zhou Xian, I hope that your Zhou family can assist me in controlling the situation in the city. As long as you can accomplish this, I will not mistreat your Zhou family." Zhou Xian's face fell slightly as he raised his voice just a bit. "Your Majesty, you are the heavens chosen, the king of the people. Please ascend the throne and give the citizens a peace of mind." Regardless of whoever the emperor was, before he ascended, they would usually pretend to push off the ascension. At that point, the subject had to act their part and coax the emperor to be constantly. Zhou Xian had assumed that Yu Zhong was just going through the formalities and did not expect Yu Zhong to be disinterested in being the emperor. Hearing Zhou Xian's words, Yu Zhong frowned. Just then, A soldier came up to Yu Zhong and reported, "Sir, the four great clans had sent an envoy." Zhou Xian's face fell when he heard that. It had not been easy for their Zhou clan to get this opportunity. He was not willing to give the opportunity to someone else. Another middle-aged man in a suit and short hair with an elegant demeanor came up to Yu Zhong. Saluting him, Lu Hua greets Sir Yu Zhong. The city guards on the wall glared at Lu Hua, their eyes filled with animosity. This time, if it was not for the rebellion of the four great clans, they would not be in this mess. Yu Zhong shot him a cold glare, his tone icy. "You still dare to see me? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" Not too long ago, the four great clans had stabbed Yu Zhong in the back. If it was not for Yu Zhong being constantly on guard against them, even if his strength was overbearing, he would have been killed by them. He was filled with disgust and hate for them. "Sir Yu Zhong, it had truly been our fault. Let me represent the four clans to express our apologies." Lu Hua bowed deeply. Lu Hua then looked straight at Yu Zhong. "Sir, in order to show our sincerest apologies, our four clan heads had decided to confer upon you the Lord of Cloud Region, ascending to be the Emperor. With our support, it will naturally be easier to control the capital. If you insist on battling us, then, even if you win, it would be at a huge cost." Yu Zhong frowned once more. He could not disagree with what Lu Hua said. In terms of a frontal clash, he held the advantage of the armored units and city guards, enabling him to wipe out the four great clans. However, they had built up their foundations for countless years, their relationships with the various clans deep and complex. Other than that, there were many pawns of theirs everywhere. If Yu Zhong forcefully wiped out the four great clans, it would take a long time to re-stabilize society, as well as funds and resources into developing a department specially to weed out spies and rebels. At this time, Yu Zhong's communicator on his wrist vibrated. He opened it up, only to see Han Xiong with a pale expression. Han Xiong reported, "Sir, things are bad. The sentry officers at the Shuel Luo forts have discovered numerous Dino people marching on towards the forts. Zheng Yanhe has already deployed a unit to go and impede them. However, the results are unclear at the moment. Based on his judgment, this time, there seem to be at least 2 Dino kingdoms that joined forces. He is requesting aid." Yu Zhong's face turned ugly. He knew the strength of the Dino kingdoms. At that time, the Stego King had just sent out a small part of his troops, and it was already enough to sweep through Green Region. Had Yu Zhong not made use of the Green Lake to flood the entire place, the Stego Kingdom might have already conquered Green Region. If 2 kingdoms joined hands, then no matter how strong the Shuel Luo fort was, it would be hard to hold their ground. Yu Zhong continued gravely. "Has our men verified it?" Han Xiong's face was serious. Lai Wei had already taken some men to go scout. "It is as Zheng Yanhe said, there are countless Dino warriors marching towards us. As to whether it is 2 kingdoms or not, she isn't too clear." Yu Zhong declared, "Hand the 3,000 soldiers that we had captured previously over to Zheng Yanhe, together with their equipment. Once things happen, support him as best as you can. If the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. Should anything happen to the Shuel Luo forts, the entire Cloud region would be at the mercy of the Dino race. They will farm the humans just as Ming Qing did, producing blood honey for their own sake. Cloud region would become hell then." Han Xiong responded, "Understood." After ending the conversation, Yu Zhong went over to Lu Hua and spoke coldly. "I can't forgive the mistakes of the 4 clans. However, I want you guys to hand over all your troops now. Otherwise, if it comes down to me having to break you guys, I will not leave a single soul alive. Is that clear?" Right now, Cloud region was about to enter its most dangerous period. If the humans within could not be united, then once the Dino warriors arrived, humans would perish. If all the elites could be commanded by Yu Zhong, he could produce another unit that would be fully equipped. If the 4 clans insisted on keeping their troops, then Yu Zhong had to keep some troops aside to keep them in check. It was not acceptable to him. Lu Hua's face turned incredibly ugly. "Sir, I don't have that authority. Yu Zhong's expression turned dark as he waved his hands. You can go and tell someone who has the authority. You only have one night. Do not test my patience. If you submit to me, I can guarantee that your personal wealth and people would be safe. Go against me. I shall be ruthless. Lu Hua bowed and left, albeit with a bitter expression. Yes. Yu Zhong then faced Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian. What does Sir have for me? Yu Zhong's gaze was cold. Go tell your clan to make sure to convey my orders. All the upper clans are to submit to me, and their military forces handed to me by tomorrow. Those who do, I will leave their personal property alone. If not, I will send my army out to wipe out those who disobey. Zhou Xian detected the strong, bloody intent in Yu Zhong's words, and his body trembled. Your Majesty, relax. Our Zhou clan will definitely convey your words. We will lead the rest in handing our forces over as well. Yu Zhong patted his Zhou Xian's shoulders. Good. As long as you're loyal, I will not mistreat you. Zhou Xian trembled in excitement. Thank you, Your Majesty, thank you. You may go. Your Majesty, this is the most beautiful pearl of our clan, Zhou Xian. We hope that you will take her in as your imperial concubine. Zhou Xian retrieved a projection box, and with a bright flash, an image of a beautiful 16 or 17-year-old appeared. Her skin was fair and her figure voluptuous, while her legs were long and slender. The projection box utilized the most advanced holographic technology, allowing a person's image to be captured and displayed in an extremely lifelike manner. Yu Zhong replied blandly, I'm not interested in becoming an emperor. However, I can allow her to be my woman. Right now, a political marriage could appease Zhou clan, and it was a necessary move. Although Yu Zhong was not a politician, as he grew and matured, he learned some things as well. Zhou Xian was excited as he grinned. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you. If they could join the future lore of Cloud region through marriage, the Zhou clan would definitely have a bright future. As long as they were careful, riches and power would be theirs. The Zhou clan knew that Yu Zhong had the super AI by E, and he had already gained the loyalty of the Central City Guards. With the weapons in the outer city, it was not impossible for him to reign with an iron fist. By relying on such strength, as long as he did not make a stupid mistake, it would be soon when the whole Cloud region was his to command. It was because of this that the Zhou clan decided to stake their all on Yu Zhong. Within a basement inside the city, Lu Hua conveyed Yu Zhong's words to the four leaders. Doming asked in a sullen voice, What do you guys think? Shenmu replied, Agree. As long as our people can be spared, everything can be restarted. Louis spoke up after a while. We can agree. He needs our help in maintaining order right now. That way, we definitely have cards for our comeback. Their gazes fell on Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng fell silent for a while before sighing. Looks like we can only agree now. Chapter 899 Government. Chapter 899 Government. After the four great clans chose to submit, the control of the forces was quickly handed over to Yu Zhong. With their current military might and weapons, it was impossible to contend with Yu Zhong and his super AI. If they insisted on battling, their blood would flow, and to Yu Zhong, he just had to spend more time to gain total control over the capital. When they had passed the authority of the forces to Yu Zhong, the rest of the upper clans were convinced by the Zhou clan to also hand over their forces. There were some clans that were not willing to submit, but they were quickly taken care of with some deployed troops. Since blood was shed, the rest began to cooperate obediently. Those hooligans and thugs seeking to take advantage of the mayhem to rob, rape, and pillage were all rounded up and executed swiftly. The four great clans and Zhou clan also kept their word, activating their forces to help maintain peace in the capital. With their help, the chaos in the capital was quickly quelled. Inside the capital, a military vehicle stopped right outside of the Zhou clan. The doors opened, and Yu Zhong got out quickly, dressed in a black outfit. In front of the Zhou manor, the people of the Zhou clan were all gathered and awaiting Yu Zhong's arrival. Seeing Yu Zhong get down from the vehicle, Zhou Wang came forward and announced with respect, "Your Majesty has graced us with your presence. Your subject Zhou Wang is lacking in manners. Please pardon your subject." The rest of the Zhou manor also chimed in unison, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Although Yu Zhong did not officially ascend to the throne within the capital, everyone had taken him to be the emperor already. After he had gained his authority, he did not mistreat his subjects nor indulge in pretty women and luxury. Instead, he enforced strict military training, implementing laws for the better of the people, carrying out his duties diligently. This led everyone to feel more assured. With his current strength, unless he committed something as crazy as Wei Ming Qing, it was not impossible for him to consolidate and unite the whole Cloud region. Yu Zhong swiftly replied, "Zhou clan head, enough with the formalities. This time, it was mainly due to your family's contributions. I will not forget this." Zhou Wang's heart was elated, but he continued to wear a respectful expression. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Within the crowd, a little girl who had extremely adorable looks shot a gaze over at Yu Zhong. He returned the look, and the girl lowered her head flusteredly as her face flushed. Yu Zhong chuckled and went into the manor. Zhou Wang, who had been observing carefully, smiled till his eyes were shut, keeping this little exchange between Yu Zhong and the girl in mind. In the hall, Yu Zhong sat on the main seat, while Zhou Wang sat beside him. Yu Zhong immediately went straight to the point. "Zhou clan head, this time, I'm here hoping that you'll join the government that I'm setting up and work for me." Zhou Wang frowned when he heard that. "Why a government?" Yu Zhong chuckled and explained to him the structure and responsibilities that came with it. When Zhou Wang heard it all, his face glowered in excitement, replying, "Thank you, Your Majesty. Your subject, Zhou Wang, will not let your expectations of me down." The government or cabinet held most of the authority and power over the citizens, with every single member owning a voice or vote. When the past system of Cloud Region was the imperialistic rule, with a single emperor, all the power belonged to Wei Ming Qing alone. He made the decisions for a vast majority of things. However, Yu Zhong was now willing to place that authority in the hands of cabinet. This was naturally good news to Zhou Wang. After he calmed himself down, he asked, "Your Majesty, how many people will the cabinet be made up of?" Yu Zhong replied, 11. "Currently, there are 5 people confirmed. The 4 clan heads, as well as yourself. I'll gather the rest in time to come." With the 4 clan heads delivering the private troops to Yu Zhong, taking the initiative to help Yu Zhong calm the chaos within the capital, he had to give them something back too. Zhou Wang nodded. He could not help but admire this move of Yu Zhong. Right now, the capital needed stability the most. By allowing the 4 great clans to be in the cabinet, they know that they possess some authority, and hence, it would help stroke their ego. At the same time, with 11 people in the cabinet, the 4 of them would not possess too much of a power, overriding anyone else. The 6 empty seats would thus provide an opportunity for the other upper clans to submit to Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong then looked at Zhou Wang directly. "Zhou family head, this time, I'm here for another matter as well. I heard that your ancestor helped to design and construct the Imperial Palace. I would like to know where the armory is." The Imperial City was where the Emperor's Wei clan resided in. Yu Zhong had already sent men to comb the area over and discovered many mutant beast nuclei and weapon storage facilities. They even discovered an underground missile base. And yet, there was no treasury that belonged to Wei Ming Qing alone. Due to the intelligence from some insiders, Yu Zhong knew that Wei Ming Qing possessed a Type 6 mutant beast nuclei. It was the energy source that could power the ultimate weapon Raytheon cannon. The Type 6 mutant beast nucleus was extremely important to Yu Zhong. If he could gain it, any of his Type 4 mutant beasts could directly evolve to the Type 5 stage. He could also create a Type 6 puppet rune, then seek an opportunity to bring a Type 6 mutant beast or Type 6 divine warrior under his control. Other than the Type 6 nucleus, there is likely various strange stones that the Wei clan had accumulated over the years. Once Yu Zhong gained them, his strength would undergo another transformation again. Zhou Wang thought deep, his brows furrowing as he went through the various rooms mentally. His eyes suddenly brightened. The Bai Tao Lake. If Wei Ming Qing had hidden anything, it will most likely be there. Once Yu Zhong obtained his information, he immediately turned to leave Bai Tao Lake. Okay, thanks. Yu Zhong had seen Wei Ming Qing emerge from the lake and originally thought that Wei Ming Qing had been cultivating at the bottom of the lake. Now, it seemed that it was likely that Wei Ming Qing was training in his secret room within the lake. After Yu Zhong left, Zhou Wang's eyes scrunched up in a smile as he ordered, "Get Zhou Xian over here." Zhou Xian came quickly. "Clan head, what's the matter?" Zhou Wang spoke lowly. "Go arrange for Zhou Xian to be sent to the Imperial Palace." Zhou Xian was taken aback. "Clan head, didn't we agree for her to be sent over only after everything settles down?" In response, Zhou Wang sighed. "It's different now. Yu Zhong is, after all, a young hero. Those old foxes will catch on. In order to secure a seat in the cabinet, they will resort to any means available. If Shinner goes too late, I'm afraid she might not stand a chance with Yu Zhong. I think that he took a liking to her, so we'd better strike while the iron's hot." It was not too long ago where the upper clans were still maintaining wariness against Yu Zhong. They wanted to see what kind of leader he was. A person with strength might not necessarily be a good leader. If he had turned out to be some brawn with no brain, they would not bet on him. However, once they ascertain that he was someone capable of great things, they will fight to offer their daughters out, to make him a family member through marriage. Although Zhou Xian was cute, it was unlikely that she could win the other females. If she could first leave an impression on Yu Zhong, then it will help her future. Yes, Zhou Xian responded respectfully and dismissed himself. When Yu Zhong left the Zhou clan, he went directly straight to the palace. After the rebellion, many of the structures within the palace have been damaged. Holes could be seen everywhere, but even so, the entire place still looked remarkable. Yu Zhong did not seem to mind those holes and chose to reside within the palace. After all, it was the center of the capital, and there was nowhere else like it. As he passed through the corridors, he finally came to the Bai Tao Lake. The lake was vast, almost twice as large as China's West Lake. The surface of the lake was somewhat green in color, as though it harbored some terrifying monster underneath. Yu Zhong eyed the lake and could feel that there was some threat from the lake, although he was not too sure what it was. It was precisely because he felt that danger that he did not immediately jump into the lake to investigate. After a moment's hesitation, Yu Zhong put on the sea mask, channeling his dark Do Qi, and jumped into the lake. It was unclear how deep the lake was, and underwater, the scenery was almost entirely black. There was no light, and it seemed extremely insidious. However, to Yu Zhong, who had night vision, he could peer deep through the waters, noticing that there were plenty of mutant beasts at the bottom of the lake. They were like snakes, about 10 m long, and were covered with black scales. Most importantly, they had no eyes. Yu Zhong's eye of perception kicked in and revealed information on these beasts. Type 4 mutant beast, Eyeless beast. Incredibly ferocious water-based mutant beasts. Their speed is extremely fast and live in swarms. Their teeth are sharp and can tear through the scales of Type 6 mutant beasts. He stared at them and felt his scalp go numb. Chapter 900, Eyeless Beasts. Chapter 900, Eyeless Beasts. The bodies of these eyeless beasts seemed no different from ordinary mutant beasts. However, they were Type 4 existences, and that meant there was definitely something terrifying about them. What caused Yu Zhong's scalp to go numb was that from what he could observe, there were more than 100 of them in his line of sight. The lake was extremely vast, and if he were to estimate the number based on the proximity that he was seeing, it was likely that there were over 1,000 of them. If 1,000 of these monsters were to be unleashed, even a Type 5 mutant beast would be consumed till only the bones were left. Although Yu Zhong was strong, facing 1,000 of these freaks would spell his death. When he saw these eyeless beasts resting, He twisted around and swam towards the shore. At this moment, a mutant black fish of about 10 m swam near the bottom of the lake. One of the eyeless beasts about 100 meters away from it suddenly sprang into action. It reached the mutant black fish in seconds and opened its jaws to chomp down on that unsuspecting mutant black fish. With a loud crack, the mutant black fish could not even react, and its head was directly crushed by the jaws of the Type 4 eyeless beast. Fresh blood spread out in the water. The blood immediately attracted the rest of the eyeless beasts, each of them shooting towards the corpse of the mutant black fish like lightning bolts. In a matter of seconds, the entire mutant black fish was consumed. Yu Zhong saw this, and his heart turned cold. In the waters, his combat strength would not even reach such a terrifying level. The mutant black fish was so easily taken out by those eyeless beasts. If it were him there, facing those eyeless beasts, he would likely be destroyed in a second as well. Yu Zhong swam to the shore and frowned while pondering. What do I do? Yu Zhong did not know how Ming Qing got in and out freely. This was a lake where even a Type 6 expert could be torn to pieces. Now that Ming Qing was dead, finding out how to reach the bottom of the lake had become a difficult thing. Drain the water out. Yu Zhong continued to stare at the lake with a vexed expression. If he drained the waters, he could deploy the army to clear up all the beasts in the water. However, it would take an indeterminate amount of time, and what he lacked now was time. He thought hard and long and did away with a few conjectures. He suddenly thought of the scene where the mutant black fish was torn to bits, and his eyes brightened up. With a communicator device, he issued an order to Bai Yi. Soon, under Bai Yi's deployment, all the battle personnel were in place. Having made his preparations, Yu Zhong came to the side of the lake, pulling out a bottle full of Type 5 mutant beast blood, and poured it slowly into the lake. The blood of a Type 5 mutant beast was a huge boon to most mutant beasts, helping to push their evolution. The moment the blood entered the water, the lake started to churn. Many mutant prawns, mutant crabs, and mutant lice swam over, fighting to take in the blood of the Type 5 mutant beast. One particular Type 3 mutant water centipede charged out with its sharp pincers and sucked in deep. A huge number of the smaller mutant beasts were all drawn into its mouth. It then clamped down and crushed down on those mutant beasts. The various aquatic mutant beasts swam over. In order to obtain the Type 5 blood, many larger ones began to attack the weaker mutant beasts, sucking them all into their stomachs. Yu Zhong poured half the bottle into the lake before pouring the rest outwards. Attracted by the scent of the blood, many more low-level mutant beasts began to swarm over. Yu Zhong watched the horde of low-level mutant beasts and frowned. He pulled out his Type 5 black tooth blade and slashed out, slaughtering them with ease. The precious Type 5 blood was not for these low-level mutant beasts. The low-level mutant beasts were killed easily by Yu Zhong. With his Type 5 divine warrior strength, it was not tiring to deal 1,000 of them. After killing 100 of them, the water suddenly churned violently. At that instant, one of the eyeless beasts shot out from the water, opening its huge jaws to bite down on the Type 3 mutant water centipede. The jaws of the eyeless beast crushed the head of the mutant water centipede like it was nothing. The water churned even more as numerous eyeless beasts shot out from the water, pouncing on the various large aquatic mutant beasts. They opened their jaws and clamped down on those defenseless beasts. Yu Zhong was about 20 m from the shore. He saw one Type 3 mutant black fish that was over 30 m in length, the size of a house, being pounced on by one of the eyeless beasts. The monster bit out a hole in the head and burrowed in. The gigantic Type 3 black fish struggled for a while before floating lifelessly. The eyeless beast emerged from another part of the body, covered in blood, looking extremely terrifying. These eyeless beasts were obviously the overlords of this Baitao Lake. The moment they appeared, the rest of the mutant beasts began to flee. Yu Zhong saw the rest of the mutant beasts disappearing and hurried to scatter the remaining Type 5 mutant beast blood. At the same time, he took out some slabs of Type 5 beast meat and threw them to the ground. The moment the blood splattered, the eyeless beasts swarmed over like flies, pouncing towards Yu Zhong as well. When it got on land, their speed was still as terrifying, slithering on the ground viciously. It was a horrifying scene that caused people to fear. Yu Zhong dodged and continued to throw out slabs of Type 5 beast meat, attracting those eyeless beasts. In just a few breaths, Yu Zhong had lured over dozens of those beasts to leave the lake. At that moment, numerous mech fighters and 20 Reapers appeared, firing their lasers and electromagnetic beams at the eyeless beasts. With Bai Yi's accurate calculations, the beams rained down on the eyeless beasts, punching them full of holes. Immediately, 7 of them writhed in pools of blood, struggling violently. In retaliation, some of them lunged towards the Reapers that had appeared in front of them. The Reapers opened up their energy shields, and the teeth of the eyeless beasts sunk into the shields but were unable to proceed further. The electronic eyes of the Reapers flashed as they slashed out with their alloy blades. The large blades came slashing down with immense force, slicing up the eyeless beasts, leaving them writhing in agony. A Type 4 mutant beast nucleus was a rare resource in places like the Green region. However, in Cloud region, with the existences of the powerful Reapers, it was not uncommon to obtain Type 4 nuclei. At the same time, due to the abundant resources and technology, Cloud region was able to produce many experts. Thus, there were a decent number of Type 5 experts. With Yu Zhong's specially set up ambush, the battle lasted for about 4 minutes, and 30 eyeless beasts were either killed or heavily injured. When the remaining 7 eyeless beasts saw that things were not going well, they swiftly fled towards the lake. Although Type 4 mutant beasts were generally still low on the intelligence quotient, when they meet an existence they could not defeat, they would flee as it was in their nature to survive. As the 7 eyeless beasts were fleeing, Yu Zhong swiftly turned around, activating his summoned Tame Beast technique. Turtle climbed out from the void and opened its huge mouth, blasting cold air and freezing one of the eyeless beasts. The moment Turtle appeared, it channeled its innate ability. The freezing field spread out and caused 4 of them to freeze instantly. Yu Zhong channeled the Dark Do Qi, wielding his black tooth blade as he charged towards the remaining 3 eyeless beasts. In a flash, Yu Zhong had already appeared in front of one of the eyeless beasts. The eyeless beast snarled and opened its huge mouth, lunging towards Yu Zhong with its jaws opened. Its speed was extremely quick, and a Type 5 Divine Warrior might not be able to evade. The strength of the eyeless beasts might not be able to match Type 3 mutant beasts, but when they pounced, their speed was terrifying. Yu Zhong did not dodge nor evade. His Dark Do Qi covered his entire body. He waved his black tooth blade at the eyeless beast, channeling the Dark Do Qi into his black tooth blade. His flurry of attacks immediately sliced the eyeless beast into 2 from its head down. After the Dark Do Qi was enhanced to the 4th Order +3, Yu Zhong was able to enhance any weapons he used with it, exhibiting more of its might. After killing one of them, Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with a cold glint as he charged for the 2 remaining ones. With his blade trailing behind him, the 2 eyeless beasts were soon made short work of. Chapter 901. The Gate of Hell Reappears. Chapter 901. The Gate of Hell Reappears. The eyeless beasts were Type 4 mutant beasts after all. They had a terrifying regeneration speed, and those who were sliced in 2 by those Reapers continued to struggle. Yu Zhong darted about, appearing before one particular eyeless beast. His right fist was covered in Dark Do Qi, and he slammed down viciously on the head of the eyeless beast. The eyeless beast let out a howl of anguish as strange liquid flowed out of its mouth. Its lower body continued to thrash about. Yu Zhong continued to rain blows harshly, his right fist covered with the Dark Do Qi. It was like having 2 sledgehammers pummeling the head of the eyeless beast. Yu Zhong was a true Type 5 Divine Warrior after all. With the enhancement of his Dark Do Chi, his strength that exploded out far surpassed any humans of the same realm. He was even stronger than a mid-grade Dino General. Most Type 4 mutant beasts could not afford to underestimate his strength. The Type 4 Eyeless beast struggled for a long while before it finally crumpled, obviously near death. With a tap of Yu Zhong's hand, he sent a Type 4 puppet rune into the beast, overriding its will. After subjugating this beast, Yu Zhong then gave a vial of Type 5 mutant blood and a Type 4 beast nucleus to it. Upon swallowing those, the Type 4 Eyeless beast quickly recovered, regenerating a lower body. The regeneration of a Type 4 mutant beast was terrifying. It was even stronger than Yu Zhong with his regeneration skill. With enough energy, a beast could swiftly regain limbs and lost body parts. Having controlled it, Yu Zhong dashed towards the various Type 4 Eyeless beasts. Under his assault, they were heavily injured before made into his puppets. Since Yu Zhong had conquered the 8 Shuel Luo forts, he had obtained a huge number of Type 4 nuclei and could create many Type 4 puppet runes as he wished. Soon, of the dozens of Type 4 Eyeless beasts on land, 23 had been subjugated by Yu Zhong, turned into his puppets. He then continued to use the same methods to lure more Eyeless beasts up on land after that. Very soon, many dozens were attracted up, while Yu Zhong continued to attack, bringing another 18 Eyeless beasts under him. After numerous repetitions, Yu Zhong finally gained 75 Eyeless beasts. It was difficult for him to lure any more beyond that. He looked at the 75 Eyeless beasts laying quietly on the ground, emitting a terrifying aura, and his eyes flashed with appreciation. I think this should be enough. If these 75 Eyeless beasts were to attack a Type 5 aquatic mutant beast, it would be possible for them to ravage it. With them as his underwater guard, Yu Zhong felt safer about entering Baitao Lake. Let's go. He came to the lake and gave an order. The 75 Type 4 Eyeless beasts quickly dived in like coiling dragons. Yu Zhong put on the sea mask as well and entered the water. When they submerged themselves, no beasts dared to approach Yu Zhong with his 75 Eyeless beasts as guards. Along the way, the sea mask allowed him to have the ability to see clearly underwater, while the night vision ability allowed him to peer into the dark. With these two, he was able to make out what the situation was like beneath Baitao Lake. At the deepest part of the lake, there was a region that was covered with an energy shield. No aquatic mutant beasts were lurking within. At the same time, there were no mutant beasts within the region of 10m of the shield as well. Yu Zhong had not dived in for long, but 2 Eyeless beasts suddenly stirred about 300 m away, as though they had caught the scent of humans, and darted towards him. The moment those 2 Eyeless beasts moved, Yu Zhong commanded his troop of Eyeless beasts to attack them as well. In an instant, his team of Eyeless beasts tore into the 2 poor monsters, their sharp teeth sinking into their flesh. Within seconds, the 2 of them were torn to shreds. With the protection of the 75 Eyeless beasts, Yu Zhong quickly arrived at the location of the energy shield. He passed through it without any problems. It seemed that the energy shield could not prevent humans from entering or leaving. One of the Eyeless beasts touched the shield and was instantly electrocuted and shuddered before crumpling to one side. Yu Zhong swiftly ordered, "Disperse, guard the area." With that order, the remaining Eyeless beasts spread out right outside of the energy shield. They covered a large area, standing guard for Yu Zhong. As for Yu Zhong, he came up to an alloy door and noticed that there was a palm-shaped box right outside the door. It was evidently a fingerprint scanner of some sorts. Since Yu Zhong did not have Wei Ming Qing's prints, he pulled out the tablet with Bai Yi and spoke, "Open the door." "Yes." Data flashed across Bai Yi's eyes, and soon there was a robotic voice from within the door. No issues with identification. S-class clearance. Please enter. The door opened swiftly, revealing a lit tunnel. Yu Zhong walked right in, following it for about 10 kilometers before arriving at a lavish treasury. The treasury was about 1 square kilometer and 20 m in height. There were many chests filled with mutant beast nuclei. Other than those nuclei, there were also 3,000 sets of Type 4 battlesuits, each fitted with Type 4 nuclei, as well as 100 of the rarer Type 5 battlesuits, fitted with Type 5 nuclei. In the past, the strongest human expert would at most reach Type 5 in this third world. Hence, the design of the battlesuits reached Type 5 at most. After all, even if a Type 6 battlesuit was produced successfully, if no human could unleash its full potential, then it was for naught. Other than these nuclei, there were also sorts of strange and extraterrestrial-looking gems. Each of them could easily be sold for an exorbitant price outside. Yu Zhong did not look at the precious stones and gems longer than necessary. Instead, he made a beeline for the crystal podium in the center of the treasury. Right on the podium, there was a fist-sized nucleus that was slightly blue in color. It was likely the Type 6 mutant beast nucleus. The entire cloud region only had this one Type 6 nucleus. Yu Zhong took the Type 6 nucleus from the podium, keeping it inside his storage ring. Is this blood honey? After keeping the Type 6 nucleus, he swept a glance across the room and discovered vats filled blood. The color of the blood was thicker than any other blood honey he had seen, and they were emitting a strong, bloody scent. Yu Zhong stared at the blood honey, thinking about the millions of people sacrificed by Ming Qing to obtain this. He felt uncomfortable, but still kept them in his storage ring with a wave of his hands. There's another secret passage. Yu Zhong kept all the treasures and combed the area once more carefully, discovering a secret tunnel. He followed the passage, and after some time, he walked right out into a valley. That's the gate of hell. It's actually the gate of hell. The moment Yu Zhong walked out of the tunnel, he saw the distinctive gate of hell about 100 m away from him. It had countless engravings of skeletons, monsters, mutant beasts, emitting an ancient, archaic aura. He came in front of it, his right hand touching the closed gate. Suddenly, there was a notification. You've already accomplished the mission to open the gate of hell. Do you want to open this gate that leads to the second world? Once you do, the gate will not be closed until you complete the gate-closing mission. Yu Zhong's heart turned cold and made a decision immediately. No, don't open it yet. It was not the time to open the gate of hells yet. Yu Zhong felt some relief in his heart. Finally, the people of Cloud Region finally have a road of retreat. The Cloud Region was surrounded by mountains on all sides, with the Shueluo forts being the only way to enter and exit. While such an amazing terrain provided a natural defense and made it hard to attack, it was also a dead end for the humans. Should the Shueluo forts get breached, the people of Cloud Region would have no way of retreat. With the Gate of Hell, there was finally a chance of retreat and survival. He swiftly walked out of the valley and noticed that it was linked to the capital. It was obviously a path of retreat for the Wei clan. Unfortunately, before it could be utilized, the Wei clan had been eradicated. Chapter 902 Battle at the Shueluo Forts. Chapter 902 Battle at the Shueluo Forts. About 5 kilometers away from the Shueluo guards, there were many tents set up, the entire patch of the forest looking like a huge army camp. The Dino warriors were thick-skinned and were not particular. There were no problems for them to sleep on the ground. However, if they could sleep in even more comfortable options, they would not choose the floor as well. Other than these Dino warriors, there were various other vassal races, and they needed their own space as well. In the huge camp, there was a clear distinction among the various races and warriors, including about 6 or 7 different humanoid species. At the center of the army camp, there was a huge tent with over 100 commanders of the various races gathered, waiting quietly. Seated in the main seat, there was the Type 6 Tyranno King Aegea from the Tyrannosaurus Kingdom. This Tyranno King was 3 m tall, his body covered in black scales. His entire frame was bulky and muscular, and he had a thick, long tail wrapped around his waist. His looks were about 90% similar to humans, and was considerably good-looking if not for the fact that he had a vicious and savage expression. Aiguille was looking coldly at the various leaders gathered. Each time his gaze fell upon someone, the person would tremble. Aiguille suddenly barked out. Yin Shi, a winged man with white wings, stood up and shuddered. "Your subordinate is here," Aiguille ordered coldly. "Your clan was late for a minute. Go bring me the heads of 1,000 of your people." Yin Shi's face turned incredibly pale. He wanted to argue, but under that intense gaze, he lowered his head and responded bitterly, "Yes, Your Majesty." This Tyranno King was incredibly cruel and vicious. If Yin Shi dared to resist, the entire winged race would have been executed. Although Yin Shi was a Type 5 expert himself, against Aiguille, he would be slaughtered in a heartbeat. Seeing his tyranny, the rest of the leaders also trembled, feeling even more on edge. Aiguille barked out coldly, "Since everyone is present," then set off to attack the Shui Luo forts immediately. With his order, the rest of the leaders immediately went into action, deploying their troops according to plan. "They're here!" Due to the many satellites, the moment the Dino warriors acted, Zheng Yin he discovered them and quickly came to the wall to observe. Sometimes it was hard to make an accurate judgment just from the satellites. In comparison, Zheng Yin he trusted his senses and gut more. Because of this, he was able to defend and lead the first fort for so many years. Not long after, a number of human-like pig warriors with boar heads and human physique burst out from the forests, wielding large wooden bats. They grunted in fury as they charged towards the fort. Zheng Yin saw the incoming surge of pig warriors and frowned. "What are these? Damn it, this time it's going to be hard to survive this." In the past battle between Cloud Region and the Tyranno Kingdom, the strength of the Tyranno warriors had been shocking. Their vassals were also powerful races. However, it was the first time that Zheng Yin he had seen these pig warriors, and he came to the conclusion that there must be at least 2 Dino kingdoms colluding together. Even if Cloud Region was stable, fighting against 2 Dino kingdoms was hard. Right now, Cloud Region was still recovering from a state of panic. It was even more vulnerable. Honk! 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 The pig warriors charged right into the landmine area, detonating the explosives planted earlier. Many of them were blasted apart, and their casualties rose. When Zheng Yin he saw this, he was not happy. These pig warriors were obviously cannon fodder. Fire! The moment those pig warriors got to a range of about 300 m away from the first fort, the commanders gave their orders, and countless beams of laser and electromagnetic shots fired out, penetrating the heads of many pig warriors. Inside the first fort, the central computers began to whir, and with the help of the satellites in the sky, the data was quickly transmitted to all the soldiers with multi-purpose helmets. The soldiers had undergone strict training and were able to follow the targeting functions of the helmet, easily taking out enemies at about a distance of 300 m. Without the calculations of the central computer, then the accuracy of these soldiers would decrease greatly. The horde of pig warriors seemed to have encountered some wall, unable to proceed beyond 300 m. They fell to the ground, with varying levels of injuries, and the death toll was still climbing. After 1,000 of the pig warriors had died, their morale finally crumbled, and they turned around to flee. The one weakness of intelligent species was that, when the casualty count was too high, they would lose morale and spirit. Right at this time, a number of bloodthirsty dragon warriors came charging out, beating some war drums to incite morale and valor. Each of them was at least 3 m tall and were muscular. A strange drumbeat echoed out across the battlefield. The pig warriors heard these drumbeats, and their eyes turned bloodshot, turning around once more and launched an assault on the first fort. This was the innate ability of the bloodthirsty dragon warriors, bloodlust. They could make use of any music instruments to incite a battle-crazed state in any warrior. In that state, the soldiers would not fear death and only sought to eradicate their enemies. The beams continued to rain upon the pig warriors from the first fort, tearing them apart mercilessly. The pig warriors had lost all rationality, advancing forward as much as they can as corpses formed closer and closer to the walls of the first fort. From the Dino warriors' camp, the Type 5 leader of the pig warrior clan watched his own elite soldiers being slaughtered with a pale countenance. Although his body was trembling with grief and rage, he continued to send his troops forward. If he dared to resist Aegea, the entire pig warrior race would be wiped out. The intense battle continued all the way till noon, and over 12,000 pig warrior corpses laid strewn across the ground near the Luo forts. There were piles and piles of them, giving off a desolate vibe. The first fort had not suffered a single casualty yet. Chapter 903 Mountain of Corpses and Sea of Blood. Chapter 903 Mountain of Corpses and Sea of Blood. There was no break after the countless pig warriors were killed. Under the effects of the war drums, a new army of lamb warriors came rushing out with bloodshot eyes. Zhang Yanhe stood on the city wall and looked down at the horde of incoming lamb warriors, speaking softly, changed to the automatic defenses. With his order, the soldiers that had been fighting with all their might stopped and began to rest. Having fought non-stop, their stamina and spirit were depleted. If they continued like this, they would collapse. The countless beams from the electromagnetic and laser weapons fired out. With the adjustments from the central computer, the intense firepower formed a net that slaughtered the incoming lamb warriors. Under the assault of beams, many of the warriors were turned to sieves, crumpling to the ground with their bodies full of holes. With the advanced weaponry, the advantages of the humans were displayed to the fullest. In a field battle, human troops would have to consider logistics and support, allowing for enemies to launch assassinations or sneak attacks. However, in a fort defense situation, with their superior technology, the other races would have to sacrifice many of their lives to even get close. Amidst the lamb warriors, many of them were grabbing huge boulders of many tons. These warriors had Type 3 Divine Warrior strength, and as they came to about 300 m from the city wall, they flung it at the fort. Under the control of the central computer, the electromagnetic beams from the automated defenses fired at the incoming projectiles, shattering them. However, many others managed to slam into the wall, causing some of the defense weapons to be damaged or destroyed. If the first fort were to activate the energy shield, they would be able to deflect these projectiles. However, the energy consumption of that was too huge. If they maintained it for long, the nuclei reserves of the first fort would deplete fast. The lamb warriors did not care about their own lives as they continued to charge forth and throw boulders while being gunned down. In the skies, a large number of mutant blood-sucking bees appeared, and they flew over towards the Luo forts. Facing the swarm of mutant blood-sucking bees, the soldiers of the fort did not panic. Instead, they entered the various defensive bunkers quietly and orderly. Suddenly, multiple flame weapons were engaged from the fort, gunning towards the blood-sucking bees in the skies. Enveloped by the huge flames, the blood-sucking bees began to crackle as though they were cooked before dropping to the ground. After the flames managed to incinerate more than half of the swarm, the bees finally turned out. They rose higher in the skies and flew over the first fort, making their way behind. Zhang Yanhe saw this and frowned slightly, but did not pass any order. The threat level of these mutant blood-sucking bees was not significant enough. Even if all the forts were to activate their trump cards, it would at most be enough to eradicate most, but not all of them. Furthermore, the cost to do so would be too hefty. As the bee swarm flew over the first fort, 2,000 winged soldiers suddenly flew over from a distance. Some of these warriors flew to about 300 m away from the first fort, firing their arrows at the soldiers on it. The arrows rained down on the first fort, leaving multiple scratches at the same time, destroying some of the automated weapons. In order to take down this first fort, they had to take things step by step. The first was to destroy the terrifying automated defenses. Otherwise, no matter how many warriors of the other races charge up, they will just be killed. In the first fort, a number of flaps opened up as some strange crystal weapons appeared. These crystal-like weapons were known as the laser prism cannons, a trump card of the first fort. The moment these weapons fully appeared after 10 seconds, numerous laser beams fired into the skies at the next instant, aimed at the 2,000 winged warriors. The laser beams fired out, coloring the bleak skies, while the 2,000 winged warriors suffered multiple wounds, plummeting towards the ground. In a single move, the laser prism cannons had taken out 2,000 of the winged warriors in the skies. That showed how terrifying it was. Inside the storm battleship, many people were viewing the battle on the various displays. Strong. That was too fearsome. Cloud region truly possesses some strength to be called the final stand of humanity. When the winged elite forces that were Yu Zhong's allies saw how the laser prism cannons turned the enemy winged race into ashes in a mere second, many of them turned pale. They would not be able to handle such a devastating attack. If it were a frontal assault, even if all the experts on the storm battleship were to charge, they would not be able to handle the magnitude of attacks. After the 2,000 winged warriors had been killed, another 500 of them flew over from the distance, attacking the automated defenses with a frenzy. The laser prism cannons appeared once more, firing multiple beams into the skies. Faced with the blanket of firepower, the 500 winged warriors were shot full of holes and plummeted once more. Right at this moment, a number of Type 3 mutant Diplodocuses appeared about 3 kilometers away. Each of them was over 10 m tall, and they had powerful tails, equipped with large containers that had many boulders of varying weight. The Dino warriors beside barked out loud, and the Type 3 mutant Diplodocuses swung their tails, causing the boulders to shoot for the city wall like catapults. The mutant Diplodocuses were strength-based, gigantic mutant beasts. Even a Type 2 mutant Diplodocus could lift stones and boulders that were tons with ease. A Type 3 Diplodocus could fling such rocks easily over a 3 kilometers distance. The huge boulders hurtled across the skies, slamming into the fort wall. Many of them shattered, while some others which were not destroyed by the automated defense managed to strike the weapons and crush them, leaving behind scrap metal on the walls. After 2 volleys of the stone hurling were done by the numerous Type 3 Diplodocuses behind the first fort, the ground opened up to reveal missiles. They fired off into the sky. Under the guidance of the central computer, the missiles managed to land directly in the midst of the Type 3 Diplodocuses, exploding and consuming the Type 3 mutant beasts. Within seconds, the location where the Type 3 Diplodocuses were found had been bombed till the ground was uneven, while the dismembered parts of the Diplodocuses could be seen everywhere. Over 100 pig warriors rushed out to the battlefield, transporting the corpses of the Type 3 Diplodocuses away. They could be treated as additional food rations. This time, the various races were attacking the Shuel Luo forts, and their logistics and rear support were feeling tense as well. Soon after, another herd of Type 3 Diplodocuses was brought to another area, where they began to launch another volley of catapulting at the fort walls. The intense battle continued all the way till evening, with over tens of thousands of soldiers falling in front of the first fort. Over 10,000 winged elites had also been killed, whereas on the human side, 8 unfortunate soldiers had been struck dead due to the catapulting boulders. Zhang Yanhe looked at the death toll of the enemy, but could not find it in himself to be happy. Although they had suffered little to no casualty, over 10% of the automated defenses had been destroyed under the relentless assault of the other races. If they continued on like this, in another 10 days, all of the automated defenses would be destroyed. At that time, the battle would become even more cruel and intense. Furthermore, the battle today had already consumed a large number of resources. Just those guided energy missiles had used up 10% of what they had. If they continued on like this, they would soon become a tiger with no claws, vulnerable to the enemy. As night fell, the Lamb warriors finally stopped attacking. All of a sudden, from the enemy's barracks, many short and dark figures of about 1, 2, or 1, 3 m dashed out towards the fort. The fort began to shine lines downwards, illuminating the entire area of about 400 m from the fort. Zhang Yanhe opened his eyes wide to observe, only to discover that those figures were small but strong mice people with humanoid bodies. The numbers of these mice people could reach a staggering total. Although they were small, their numbers could make the skin of a person crawl. As they charged over, many of them grabbed the bodies of the pig warriors and lamb warriors before running back. Some of them directly pounced and started consuming the corpses. The rest continued to surge forth like a wave towards the fort. Cannons, seeing the flood-like numbers of mice people, Zhang Yanhe's face changed drastically as he hollered loudly. Within the fort, a number of energy cannons pointed out. There were multiple flashes as they fired out ammunition, bombarding the area where the mice people were. The shockwave spread out upon impact, directly obliterating many mice warriors each time. At the same time, a number of soldiers got to their stations within the fort, raising their weapons and attacking the mice people. Faced with the bombardment, many mice warriors were killed. However, even with the illumination of the lights from the fort, due to the current conditions at night, the accuracy of the human soldiers fell sharply. Under the influence of the war drums, the mice warriors continued to charge forth with bloodlust, climbing up the fort with their agility and strength. At this time, countless automated weapons swiveled out from the fort and fired beams at the mice warriors, blowing them to pieces. Many more bear warriors and diplodocus warriors raised boulders and began to fling them towards the lights and weapons. As the boulders and rocks smashed into the fort wall, many automated weapons were destroyed. At the same time, the mice warriors were caught as well and smashed into bloody pulps. The Dino people did not care about the life and death of their vassal forces. If the Shueluo 20 forts could be brought down to ruins at the expense of all the lives of their vassal forces, they would not hesitate to do so. To them, these mice warriors were just cannon fodder. At this time, the laser prism cannons rose up again, firing a rain of beams into the dark, turning many of the strong warriors into sieves, their bodies crumpling to the ground. However, the efficiency and accuracy were definitely lower than when it was in the daytime. At the same time, the energy consumption for each enemy's death was much more than during the day. The moment those laser prism cannons appeared, the diplodocus warriors leaped out and flung the huge boulders up above the fort walls. As the rain of boulders fell upon the area where the laser prism cannons were, some managed to shatter the cannons. However, the cost was that many of these strong diplodocus warriors were also sacrificed. When the laser prism cannons were dealt with, the seemingly unending number of mice warriors continued to scale up the fort walls like ants. Suddenly, flamethrowers extended out from other parts of the fort, billowing blazing flames out on the bodies of these mice warriors, turning them into fireballs as they screamed and fell to the ground. It was just that the number of mice warriors was too many. Some of them managed to reach the flamethrowers and tore them apart, destroying them one by one. Chapter 904. Seeking Reinforcements. Chapter 904. Seeking Reinforcements. At this point, a number of humanoid robots came to the city wall, wielding electromagnetic cannons as they fired down at the mice warriors. The flashing beams blasted many of them dead. Within the first fort, there were the mech fighters, and in the defense of the forts, they could replace human soldiers and fight dangerous battles. Once these mech fighters joined the fray, they began to take out many mice warriors scaling the wall. However, the boulders that were being flung from below managed to strike these mech fighters, turning them into scrap metal. The intense battle continued for a long while, lasting the entire night. The Dino people did not stop in their assault at all. Early the next morning, as the sun rose, Zheng Yanhe's eyes were bloodshot from the lack of sleep. He surveyed the surroundings, and saw the numerous mice warrior corpses. The casualty toll was too high, forming small mountains of dead mice warriors, and a strong blood scent could be detected even from the top of the forts. In front of the fort, there were large ditches and holes. These were the impact from the energy cannons from the night prior. The holes were filled with corpses and dismembered limbs as well. The entire battlefield looked right out of hell, and it could be described as mountains of corpses and a sea of blood. The casualties on the Dino people side had been heavy, with over 150,000 mice warriors dead. The surviving few had begun to retreat when another group of creatures took over their place. This time, it was the lizard people whose bodies were covered in a layer of green scales. They ran forth with all their might, pouncing towards the fort. Zheng Yanhe saw this, and his face sunk. He quickly summoned a signal officer and said, "Convey my order. Go notify Miss Han Xiong and inform that the Dino people are not relenting at all. We need as many reinforcements we can get." The signal officer replied, "Understood." Zheng Yanhe looked into the distance before calling out, "Wait, tell her this. Based on the current intensity of attacks, we can hold out for another 10 days at most. Tell Miss Han Xiong to notify Yu Zhong to be prepared. This time, our cloud region might be in trouble." In just one day, there were already 300,000 dead foreign species, their corpses piled up into hills, and their blood flowed all about the ground. It was truly a hellish sight, while the humans had only lost about 20 of their soldiers. While such a battle record seemed almost perfect, in truth, it was just one day's worth of battle, and many of the automated weapons and defenses had already been destroyed, while many nuclei had already been used up and shattered. The casualty rate of the first fort might not be high, but the combat ability had already decreased drastically. With the flow of time, the automatic weapons were being destroyed constantly. It would only spell greater troubles for the first fort. To hang on for another 10 days was already an amazing feat. The signal officer knew the severity of the situation and left quickly after responding, "Understood." In the meeting hall of the 20th Fort, the commanders of Yu Zhong's army sat in a discussion. After hearing the report of Zheng Yanhe's request, Ma Lei frowned. "Again? Didn't we just assist him before? That Zheng Yanhe is truly greedy." Not long ago, according to Yu Zhong's instructions, Han Xiong had sent a troop of the original Shui Luo soldiers to Zheng Yanhe, together with some nuclei. Zheng Yanhe remained the ruler of the first fort and did not submit to Yu Zhong. Instead, he chose to maintain status quo with his two brothers, while requesting for resources from Yu Zhong shamelessly. This caused Ma Lei to be extremely unhappy. After all, in a battle of technology, equipment was extremely important. Each time they sent something to Zheng Yanhe, it meant that their own resources were depleted. Han Xiong's pretty countenance was bunched up as she asked Luo Qing, "Sis Qing, what do you think?" Although Luo Qing was the head of Storm Valley and had to represent Storm Valley's interests, she was already integrated with the troops of Yu Zhong and were relying on them. If Yu Zhong's army was defeated, their Storm Valley would not have an easy time either. Her grasp on the big picture was incredibly astute, and she gave her opinion. "I feel that we have to support. If the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. Every additional day that the first fort can hold out, we will gain an additional day for preparations." Han Xiong nodded, and her gaze fell upon Xiao Yun. He spoke solemnly. "Since the matter at hand is important, I feel we should leave the decision to leader. That's the most appropriate." There were many talents under Yu Zhong. Xiao Yun from the Xiao village was already an expert. However, he was just a fighter. His only good point was that he chose to follow Yu Zhong from an early point, and thus could become a general. Ma Lei also nodded and agreed. "Right, it's too important. We need leader to give his decision." Although Ma Lei recognized and acknowledged Han Xiong and Sun Lan Lan, as a man, he was still slightly sour about his position being beneath two women. He preferred to listen to Yu Zhong. Without any change in expression, Han Xiong pulled out the communicator, and soon, Yu Zhong's image was projected out. Han Xiong looked at him and spoke, Leader, Zheng Yin, he has requested our aid once more. He said if he doesn't receive aid, he can hold out for another 10 days at most. Do we proceed or not? Yu Zhong declared, help him. We need to provide our support. Send another batch of resources and hand a clone of Bai Yi over. If he isn't willing, don't force him. I will assign another batch of resources to you guys soon. Zheng Yin, he had ruled the first fort for so long and knew every single nook and cranny of the place. He had fought against the Tyranno Kingdom for so long as well. Even if Yu Zhong were to be placed in his shoes, he might not do a great enough job. All he could do was to provide the logistics and gather the people behind to leave Cloud Region. Yu Zhong knew clearly how terrifying the Dino race was. If it were just a Tyranno Kingdom, he still had the confidence to beat them back. However, if there were an alliance between two or more kingdoms, Cloud Region was a lost cause. Han Xiong asked curiously, resources? Leader, where are you getting resources? Due to Yu Zhong's busy schedule of settling the capital and establishing the cabinet, Han Xiong and the rest had not been updated about his conquering of the capital. Yu Zhong replied mildly, I've already taken the capital. I'm now the lord here. I can naturally send resources. Han Xiong, patch me to Jiao Jin, Lu Yu, Chao Xuanzheng, Gai Long, Yi Qin Xiu, Hai Yi Yongbai, Yin Long. What? Has the capital already been conquered by him? How is that possible? Hearing this news, Luo Qing's face turned, her heart filled with shock. Han Xiong, Xiao Yun, and Ma Lei were the same, their eyes flashing with disbelief. They were sure that the defenses of the capital was no weaker than the forts. No matter how strong Yu Zhong was, they could not imagine how he had single-handedly gained the capital. Xiao Yun sighed his heart, his admiration for Yu Zhong growing again. He truly is exceptional. Han Xiong suppressed the waves of shock and quickly notified the 9 generals of the other forts. Soon, the projection device flashed, and a number of beams shone to reveal the projections of the generals. The generals from the 4th to the 12th forts were all lukewarm, not intending to join nor oppose Yu Zhong. However, they maintained a cordial relationship with him. Otherwise, should Yu Zhong cut off their logistics and supplies, they would die. Jiao Jin, one of the generals who had a muscular build and imposing aura, peered at Han Xiong and asked solemnly, Miss Han Xiong, you've summoned us. What's going on? A number of gazes fell upon her, intending to seek an explanation. Yu Zhong eyed the 9 generals and spoke. It was me. Lu Yu recognized Yu Zhong's voice and exclaimed, Leader Yu Zhong, it was you. The rest of the generals swiveled to look at Yu Zhong's projection as well. Yes. Yu Zhong eyed them coldly and spoke. I've already conquered the capital. You now have 2 options. 1. Submit to me and serve me. I can promise you a life of luxury. 2. Death, should you refuse to serve me. I will wipe you as well as those who are connected you out from the face of this planet. The hearts of the 9 generals trembled, filled with shock. They had refused to surrender to Yu Zhong because of the existence of the capital and Wei Ming Qing in the past. There were too many of their loved ones in the capital as well. Now, Yu Zhong was claiming that he already took down the capital. This was an unbelievable matter to them. Lu Yu asked with suspicion, Leader Yu Zhong, are you for real? Where's your proof? The rest of the generals looked to Yu Zhong in doubt. His Majesty Yu Zhong is speaking the truth. We can vouch for it. With a flash, the clan heads of the 4 great clans, Zhou clan head, and 3 other clan heads from the upper clans who have been confirmed a seat in the cabinet appeared through projections as well. Doming looked straight at Lu Yu and spoke. Chapter 905, Surrender. Chapter 905, Surrender. Doming barked out at the generals. We can prove it. His Majesty Yu Zhong had already slaughtered Wei Ming Qing and is the true ruler of our capital. Diao Jin, you're still not kneeling to swear your loyalty? The projection of Diao Jin immediately got down on his knees as he professed his subservience. Yes, Diao Jin greets Your Majesty Yu Zhong. Diao Jin is willing to serve your majesty till my death." Few people knew that the General Diao Jin of the Shui Luo forts was actually someone from the Dou clan. In fact, he was a direct clansman. However, he had buried his name and hidden his identity from a young age and was supported to become the general he was today with the clan's help. The four clans had such huge power within Cloud Region that they had many pawns planted everywhere. It was precisely because of this that Wei Ming Qing did not dare to touch them. Liu Yu sighed gently and got down on a knee, swearing fealty to Yu Zhong. "Liu Yu greets your majesty, Yu Zhong. Liu Yu is willing to serve with all my life." With the collapse of the palace, Cloud Region was no longer under the control of the Wei clan. There was no point in maintaining a stubborn loyalty to Wei Ming Qing. At the same time, Yu Zhong had control over 8 of the forts. If the rest did not agree, there was only death. After the 2 generals got down on their knees, the other 7 generals followed suit. Once he had subjugated the remaining 9 forts, Yu Zhong gave the order for all forts to send 2,000 soldiers each and the necessary equipment over to the first fort as reinforcements. At the first fort, when Zheng Yin he received 18,000 soldiers, he heaved a sigh of relief. As long as they were not abandoned by the rest behind, he could hold out for much longer. Inside the Imperial capital, within a study, Yu Zhong was looking through a document with his brows furrowed. Within Cloud Region, there were many different cities. After Wei Ming Qing had died, Yu Zhong immediately sent men to pay a visit to the different city lords. Under the influence of the upper clans, as well as the 4 great clans, half of the city lords chose to submit to Yu Zhong, sending hostages to the capital. The other half chose to separate from Yu Zhong's rule, declaring independence. Those city lords immediately created a new rebellion faction, forming the upper echelons of the new rebel force. Some of the rebels also took the chance in chaos to attack other places and raise their own banners, intending to set up their own government and rule. Due to the various ambitious characters, it became a time of turmoil. In a short period of time, there were many areas that broke out in conflict and tension within Cloud Region. If there were no external enemies, such minor problems would not be an issue to Yu Zhong. Bai Yi was enough to control most of the advanced weaponry, and he just had to deploy a few generals over to wipe out such mobs. However, what Yu Zhong lacked most now was time. By the time he cleared all these problems, the Dino race would have already killed their way in, causing a sea of blood. Yu Zhong looked at these documents and picked out 2 names with a strong killing intent: Liu Yunfeng, Zhang Jinhe. These 2 were the strongest among the rebel forces. They had taken advantage of the period of chaos to take out a few cities, expanding their faction quickly. Yu Zhong frowned and barked, "Phantom!" From the dark, the beautiful yet cold assassin appeared, looking at Yu Zhong quietly while awaiting her orders. Yu Zhong stared back at this young woman, falling silent for a while. In the end, he handed it to her, saying, "Go deal with all these people." Phantom took a look at the list, only to discover a few small-time warlords. They were just lording over a few hundred or thousands of people. With Phantom's Type 5 strength, it was going to be an easy job for her. Phantom kept the list and spoke. "Your Majesty, it's not difficult to take these people down. But once they're dead, those places would have no one to maintain order. I fear more chaos will ensue." Although Phantom was a peak assassin, she was not some airhead. Killing those leaders was not a problem. It was what comes after. Yu Zhong had thought of this and replied, "Go take 500 shadow guards with you. Each time you take out a leader, leave 10 of them to bring the people back here." Phantom was more assured this time and replied, "Understood." The shadow guards were soldiers that Yu Zhong had controlled with the puppet runes. They were loyal to him and could easily quell any small factions. After Phantom left, Yu Zhong summoned Lu Tai, Lu Du, and many other generals. Each of them was assigned a mechanized infantry battalion, as well as 20 handheld computers with Bai Yi's copies to go and suppress the rebels. A short while later, many vehicles left the capital in a cloud of smoke, making their way towards the various places of rebellion. Longleaf City was a city about 200 li away from the capital. The city lord was called Lu Shang, one of Wei Ming Qing's trusted aide in the past. After Wei Ming Qing was dead, Lu Shang declared his independence and brought his 2,000 city guards to control the city. Inside the manor, there were many beautiful women dancing passionately, while Lu Shang and a few of his subordinates were seated around with their arms around ladies. They drank as they enjoyed the dance in front of them. As they were indulging themselves, one of them spoke in a drunken stupor. "King, are you sure there's no problem with declaring our independence? Yu Zhong must be capable to be able to take down the capital. If we try to take him on with our strength, I fear that it's useless." The capital was not only the government of the Cloud region, it was also the place where culture, economy, and many industrial and manufacturing industries were at. Weapons, ammunitions, and high-tech equipment were produced there. Since Yu Zhong controlled the capital, as long as he had the resources, he could continually push out weapons. While these warlords were all pig-brained, they at least knew that those high-tech weapons were not something they could handle. Yu Zhong just had to deploy a unit with such weapons, and they would all die. Lu Shang reached out to grab the breast of the woman in his arms. While he laughed, "I do not know how Yu Zhong came to control the capital. However, the four great clans are not just for display. If Yu Zhong really wants to control the entire capital, he will have to spend more than 2 years. Within this time, we will sit back and observe, joining the stronger party. Even if Yu Zhong really gained control, don't we just have to surrender at the right time and join him? Since we already have Longleaf City, we already hold some bargaining chips." The various generals all praised while roaring with laughter. "The king is wise." Lu Shang continued to laugh in an unbridled manner. "Ha ha! Drink! Everyone drink!" At this time, 5 flies flew into the hall, their eyes fixed on Lu Shang, while data flashed in their eyes. On top of a tall skyscraper 6 kilometers away from the city manor, 20 mech fighters wielding sniper cannons were aiming at the cannon. These 3M, tall humanoid robots were cheaper to manufacture, unlike the Reappears, and only required ordinary mutant nuclei or Type 2 nuclei to operate. Hence, they were widely used throughout Cloud region. Within the capital alone, there were over 200,000 of them. During the siege on the palace, these mech fighters were not deployed because they would just be controlled by E. Inside a command vehicle outside of Longleaf City, Chengdu had his hands behind his back, eyeing a display as he ordered coldly, "Attack." At that instant, the 20 mech fighters fired their weapons, and the powerful electromagnetic cannons shot through the distance, directly penetrating the heads of Lu Shang and his few generals within the manor accurately. The heads of these lowlives disappeared suddenly, and fresh blood splattered from where their heads used to be. The dancers screamed as the corpses slumped to the ground. Through the monitor, Lu Du's eyes flashed with a complicated expression as he witnessed how powerful the combination of Bai-E, the mech fighters, and the surveillance flies was. It was a truly strange feeling. He held Yu Zhong in higher regard. At the same time, there was more fear. He fell silent for a moment, before ordering once more coldly, "Storm the city." 500 warriors in Type 3 battle suits rushed out, attacking the city. Chapter 906, Flowers Blooming Everywhere. Chapter 906, Flowers Blooming Everywhere. The leader of Longleaf City was killed in the assassination carried out by those mech fighters. The entire city was now without a leader, and they lacked heavy firepower. Lu Du's 500 soldiers in Type 3 battle suits charged into the city, very quickly slaughtering those who tried to take advantage of the chaos to create trouble. At the same time, with Baiyi's help, 200 mech fighters became terrifying snipers. As long as any of the city guards were discovered, electromagnetic beams would fire out, blasting the heads of these poor soldiers. Under such assault, the troops of Longleaf City were soon defeated by Lu Du and quickly surrendered. Lu Du saw the rebels and thought coldly, "This was easy. These fools are so pathetically weak, yet they want to establish their own independence. What wishful thinking! If I were to rebel right now, my fate would be like them, slaughtered easily and becoming someone else's merit. He gloated in his heart while eyeing the handheld tablet with by E in it. This time, the attack on Longleaf City had been largely simple and successful due to Bai E. Without her, Lu Du was confident in taking down the city as well, but the cost and time would be very different. Thinking about her power, the last bit of ambitions in Lu Du's heart disappeared entirely. Blackwood City was another city about 700 kilometers south of the capital. The city lord had been slaughtered by his own subordinates at the time of Wei Ming Qing's death. The entire city had fragmented into a war zone, with countless factions warring. Inside a villa, 6 men were naked and laughing as they pounced toward a few teenage girls in satin. These girls were all wide-eyed with fear as they tried to run for as long as they could, but their stamina could not compare to these men. Soon, one was captured and tackled to the ground. The rest of the 5 men roared with laughter as they jumped forward and tore her clothes off. No! The teenage girl struggled as she screamed, kicking out wildly. Her leg connected with the lower body of a man. The face of the man turned ugly before he slapped the girl viciously, causing her face to swell. Fuck! Damn bitch! You dare to injure your granddaddy! When this granddaddy fuck you to death later, I will throw you to the streets and let those dirty, stinky beggars have their turn with you. Hearing this threat, the rest of the teenage girls had fear on their faces. They had seen for themselves how some other girls had fought against these perverts and were thrown out on the street before being abused by those people on the streets. They had died without being able to fight back, their lower bodies ravaged beyond help. So, it's you bunch of beasts, truly deserving of death. At this time, a chilly voice resounded from a corner of the living hall. The leader of the men, who was called Taba Wu, threw the girl back on the ground, looking around as he barked. Who is it? Stop playing games and scram the hell out. The rest of the men also looked around warily. All of a sudden, Phantom appeared right in the middle of the hall in front of their eyes. Against you scum, I don't need to do any tricks. This! Taba Wu caught sight of the alluring Phantom and his eyes brightened. He had just spoken a single word when his body began to fall apart in many slices as fresh blood splattered everywhere. Before he had spoken, he was already sliced by Phantom with her crazy speed. However, due to her blade being too sharp and too quick, he was able to fit in one word before he fell apart. One of the men roared out in fear and shock. Everybody up! Kill her! The remaining men had frenzied looks as they charged up at Phantom. A powerful killing intent billowed out from Phantom as she disappeared from her location. The next instant, all 5 men had bloody holes in their chest area, their hearts already sliced up. Phantom reappeared at her location, as though she had never moved at all. I'm Phantom, a general under His Majesty Yu Zhong from the capital. I've been tasked to rescue you people. Phantom clapped her hands, and 10 shadow guards appeared in the hall, wearing their Type 3 battle suits while covered in blood. She pointed to them and said, "Go with them. They will bring you to someplace safe." After that, she disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yu Zhong had handed her a long list of targets. She had to be on her way swiftly and deal with every single one of them. The girls were stunned for a long while before approaching the 10 shadow guards. Only then did the shadow guards turn around quietly and walked out, gathering the rest of the survivors. As the survivors were all gathered by the shadow guards, they then set off for the capital. Yu Zhong sent out many small units, easily suppressing the countless factions and uprisings. Each unit was able to crush the enemy's power with the help of Bai Yi, leaving not a single member of the rebels alive. With every passing day, the various cities received updates and news about more factions being eradicated by Yu Zhong, with the head of the factions killed and their power wiped out. When such reports came in, many city lords who had submitted but were still harboring malicious intents became obedient and followed Yu Zhong with renewed confidence. They broke off all communications and connections with any rebel forces. Some even captured the rebel commanders hiding within their cities, presented as a token of their loyalty. In a few short days, the winds of change blew, and many rebelling factions have been wiped out by Yu Zhong's army. Many others felt the imminent danger and fear and chose to submit. However, there were others that went over to submit to Liu Yunfeng and Zhang Jinhe. These two largest rebels absorbed the multiple smaller factions and expanded profusely. At the same time, they felt the pressure of Yu Zhong's forces, thus increasing their own military might. In just a few days, their armies reached the figure of 500,000, while supporting 2 million survivors. Firetooth City was a border-side city, about 1,000 kilometers away from the Shui-Luo forts. In the past, it had been one of the more prosperous cities. Right now, it was a huge army camp where many soldiers were wearing different uniforms, wielding long wooden spears, their faces devoid of any energy. While Liu Yunfeng and Zhang Jin, he managed to conquer a few cities. Many of them were of different sizes, and they only managed to salvage barely enough equipment and weapons to arm 30,000. When the other forces joined them, they gained an additional 10,000 men's worth of weapons. The rest of the army could only on melee weapons like wooden spears and other blades. One soldier was holding his bowl of porridge and took a sip. He could not help but curse. Porridge again? Damn disgusting shit. How many days has it been? If we just eat this, how do we have the energy to fight? Another middle-aged soldier looked at him and frowned. Little in enough. Be careful, the walls have ears. The young soldier, Lin Xian, continued to swear. I insist on saying it. All of us have to eat this every day, while those at the top get to eat white rice, fish, and meat. And they dare say Yu Zhong is the tyrant that is depriving us of everything. I think that it's those that have forced us to conscript are the true bastards. Liu Yunfeng and Zhang Jin, he had conquered dozens of cities, gaining a large number of rations. However, as they expanded to over 500,000 troops, as well as 2 million survivors, the expenditure was monstrous. Hence, other than the elites who could eat their fill, the rest of the cannon fodder could only eat porridge. The two rebel leaders proclaimed their mission to rebel. However, they felt the corruption and the distribution of rice was done through other corrupted officials and channels. Thus, the conditions of the rank-and-file soldiers were incredibly poor. One military officer was just passing by. He heard Lin Xian's words, and his face turned ugly. Walking over, he kicked out viciously at the young soldier, before cursing, "Shitty bastard, what did you say? We're the People's Army. We're fighting for the sake of liberating Cloud Region. You can't handle this little hardship. Can you still count yourself as a people's soldier? Men, drag him out. Give him 30 lashes." Two soldiers quickly walked over and dragged Lin Xian out. Lin Xian stared at the officer with hatred in his eyes, but lowered his head eventually. Not good. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. All of a sudden, one signal officer shouted out in panic. The officer turned to look out, only to discover a scene that caused his heart to run cold. Chapter 907. The Terrifying Might of the Mechanized Battalion. Chapter 907. The Terrifying Might of the Mechanized Battalion. Right outside of Firetooth City, there were many mech fighters of about 3M each clustered together, as well as 20 Reapers in the middle of them. Some distance away, one could see many mechanized vehicles and cannons pointed at the city. There were even heavy assault helicopters in the skies. Such a troop immediately brought about a stifling and oppressive pressure on the people within the city. Facing such a terrifying force, no one could maintain their calm. The moment they saw this huge mechanized unit making its way towards them, the rebels turned pale and lost all fighting spirit, especially since they knew they were just cannon fodder. Those soldiers had no armor and were only wielding wooden spears. Pitting their fleshy bodies against these steel behemoths was practically suicide. Inside the city, atop a very secretive skyscraper, two middle-aged men looked out at the scene outside of the city, their expressions ugly. One of them had a valiant look, and he turned to his comrade, whose height was about 2 m, and his frame bulky and muscular, and asked, "Jinhe, what do you think?" The first man was one of the two leaders, Lu Yunfeng, while the muscular one was Zhang Jinhe. The two leaders were initially foes, often backstabbing each other. For the sake of controlling the different cities they had conquered, they had come to blows oftentimes. However, when faced with Yu Zhong's crushing of the various rebel factions, they felt a sense of crisis and had no choice but to join together. Zhang Jin, he eyed the mechanized infantry, his scalp turning numb. "Our troops are no match for this unit." Lu Yunfeng gritted his teeth. "The capital truly has unfathomable resources. How the hell did Yu Zhong take down Ming Qing and even take over all these so smoothly? Damn it." When Yu Zhong came to power, he quickly sealed all information from getting out. Thus, the riff-raff rebels did not know about the battle. They only managed to glean some superficial information from what Yu Zhong actually disseminate. Zhang Jin, he asked slowly, "What do we do now?" Lu Yunfeng had a crazed look. "Let them in. We will fight it out with them. We have 500,000 soldiers. If they're all united and do not fear death, we definitely can take them down." Zhang Jin, he frowned and felt that this Lu Yunfeng was crazy. He had trained up some of the soldiers and knew fully well what they were capable of. Even if they were pitted against a 3,000-strong unit with decent weapons, they would likely lose. Zhang Jin, he started to despise Lu Yunfeng for his lack of foresight and clarity. However, while Lu Yunfeng was hopeless in the military, he was charismatic and motivating in his words. He could pull people together, and in that sense, he was mightier than Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin, he did not engage in any further discussion with Lu Yunfeng. Instead, he turned to look at the mechanized unit outside and frowned. What are they waiting for? At this moment, a number of robot flies had flown to different parts of the city, their eyes fixed on the various city guards. "That is not good. Hi." Zhang Jin, he was a Type 5 expert, and with his powerful physique, he managed to catch sight of the robotic fly loitering about the region a 100-meter away from him. His expression changed, and he yelled, "Attack!" At that moment, following Yu Zhong's cold order, the metal robots outside immediately pulled their triggers. The electromagnetic beams shot through the air, directly piercing the heads of the various city guards, blasting their heads apart. The area where the two leaders were at was the main focus, with dozens of beams firing upon them. Lu Yunfeng and dozens of his bodyguards were instantly pulverized. Zhang Jin's response was frightening. The moment he discovered the electronic fly, he already knew that things were bad. With a twist of his body, he swiftly disappeared from his location while the incoming electromagnetic beams blasted the location where he had stood. In just a single round, all the elites of the Fire-Tooth City were killed or heavily injured. Yu Zhong's troops continued to march onward into the city. Lin Xian grabbed a ray gun and roared, firing at the nearby rebel soldier. "To hell with it. All of us, let's fight back. Kill these damn rebels, and use their heads to seek pardon. Those who want riches, follow me. Fight back. Fight. Kill these damn rebel dogs." Many soldiers grabbed their wooden spears and charged right into the rebel troops, attacking them. "What are you guys doing? Bunch of fools. We're liberating you. You dare to act against us, repaying our kindness with evil." When the rebel soldiers received the sudden attack from their own ranks, they were accosted on both sides. Yu Zhong saw the chaos within and did not pay too much attention. Inner conflict? In this battle, Yu Zhong had deployed 5,000 mech fighters to assault Fire-Tooth City. It would be no issue to take them down. What he worried was not if he could defeat them, but rather those that flee. The 5,000 mech fighters continued straight into the city like a hot knife through butter. The moment those 5,000 mech fighters entered the fray, The rebel forces could not withstand the uprising nor the concentrated attack. Thus, they fell apart, fleeing and stampeding over themselves. It's over. Zhang Jin, he watched the chaos spreading among the troops and immediately turned to flee. Right now, the defeat of the rebels was imminent. Even if Zhang Jin, he was a Type 5 divine warrior, there was no way he could take on so many mech fighters on his own. The gates of the city opened up as many rebel soldiers tried to flee. No! One general had just carried his subordinate out when he started in despair at the hundreds of mech fighters waiting outside the gate. At the next moment, hundreds of beams of electromagnetic beams rained down upon the despairing rebels, obliterating them. What a vicious guy! He's not showing any mercy at all. Zhang Jin, he was following the rebel forces out, and when he saw the hundreds of soldiers being annihilated in a single breath, his heart nearly stopped, and he was filled with fear. Obviously, Yu Zhong had no plans of throwing all his forces into attacking. Instead, he had sent some to surround the entire place. He wanted to catch them all. A number of rebels tried fleeing from other locations as well, only to be shot dead by the various mech fighters situated at every single exit. Throw down your weapons. We'll spare those who surrender. Throw down your weapons. We'll spare those who surrender. At this moment, there were sounds of persuasion played from the mech fighters, leaving those rebel soldiers who intended to fight to the death to throw their weapons and surrender. Zhang Jin, his eyes flashed coldly as he sucked in a deep breath and pushed his speed to the maximum, leaping over the city wall. He had just leaped over when he was met with dozens of electromagnetic beams. Zhang Jin, he activated his ability, speed manipulation, and his speed of descent shot up explosively, bringing him to the ground. The beams shot at empty air. Bai Yi's eyes started to churn with data as she reported, "Enemy strength is being re-evaluated. Based on the analysis, 30% chance that enemy is peak Type 4 expert, 70% chance that he's a Type 5 expert. Adjusting firing rate and aim." 60 vehicles that were equipped with high-tech weapons adjusted their cannons, and at the next moment, 2,400 beams of lasers that became an entire pillar shot at Zhang Jinhe. A sense of crisis filled his heart as he channeled his ability once more, pushing his speed to the Mach 2 realm, trying his best to flee. Such a speed was enough to escape the lock-on from a majority of weapons. However, the speed of sound could not fight the speed of light. The moment the pillar of lasers swept past him, his entire body was punched with multiple holes as blood flowed from every single one of them. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. He was a Type 5 expert, a rare breed of humans, and yet he had fallen like that under the assault of such weapons. He was truly unwilling. Zhang Jinhe's death did not concern Yu Zhong much. After all, it was incredibly normal for Bai Yi and the amount of firepower he had to take down a Type 5 expert. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.